Hey everyone, I'd like to call the regular meeting of City Council with the Committee of the Whole to order for Monday, November 23rd. And our first item of business this morning is our delegations, and 2.1 we have Dustin Bernert from the General Manager of Global Spectra here to provide a report on the economic impact assessment that was completed. Good morning, Dustin.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, Administration. Thank you for having me here this morning. On behalf of the Spectra team at the Canada Event Centre, I'm pleased to present this new economic impact assessment that we conducted over the course of the entire calendar year of 2019. So the report that's in front of you kind of lays out a number of things, including what economic impact is, how the study was conducted using the Canadian Sport Tourism Alliance economic impact assessment model using the STEAM analysis as well as the FES Pro analysis, a breakdown of that model, as well as a detailed account of visitor spending and how visitors spent at different events. So the report goes into quite a bit of detail that we can go into a little bit more during this presentation. But it's quite interesting how when you look at the data, how it really tells the story of how visitors, when they come to the community, spend their money, whether it's at a trade show, a concert, a banquet, or a meeting. So a few other highlights in the report, as you can see. The events at the Canada Event Centre over the course of that year supported over $17.6 million in economic activity in British Columbia and $14.2 million right here in Dawson Creek. The report also indicates that 24,600 people visited Dawson Creek from out of town, which is pretty incredible, spending $6.7 million in the community. So all of this data, when it was collected, is primary data. So we surveyed people after they attended an event, and these individuals indicated if they were staying in town or if they were out of town and how much money and where they were spending their money. Some of that breakdown detail in the report: 28% of overall events at the center contribute to meetings, right? So utilizing the new Co-op Mercer Hall area really paid dividends over that first full year of operations. When we break down, those overnight stays of people, visitors coming to the community, 44% of people, attendees, stayed overnight, with 77% of those individuals staying in hotels and motels, right? So again, economic impact and ripple effects throughout the community. This, of course, is a model that has been used at other events that we've hosted, whether that be the U17 or this past year in the 2019 World Junior A Hockey Challenge. So it's a model that's validated in Dawson Creek, but also across the country using that Canadian Sport Tourism Alliance model. And it's when we're finalizing this report, the news of this report through Sport Tourism Canada, they want to utilize this as a best practice and case study for their future endeavors as well. So that's a great thing as well. And with that, I just wanted to highlight a few things. I don't want to take too much of your time, but really just want to open it up to any questions that Mayor or Council might have regarding the report.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate it. Councillor Dober.
Thanks, Dustin. This is good. Just one question: the $6.7 million that's invested back into the economy, that's just from visitors. Do you know what it is, like, including local? Did they do anything?
That's a great question. Obviously, there's assumptions that can be made that when there's an event or a concert that happens, we as locals spend a little bit more money. We go out, we make it an evening out. This didn't extrapolate that specific thing, because in order to get that specific visitor number, the team had to take out local ticket purchasers in order to get that visitor spent.
Oh, okay.
That's a great thought. I never thought of that in terms of how much local spend people that would also contribute. Other questions? Comments? Councillor Javetkov?
So, the 69 local jobs that are supported, do you have an idea of, like, what jobs are you talking about?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So when they put this, when they put all the data through the model and it pumps out a job equivalent, it would be specific to that type of industry, right? So it can't necessarily pinpoint those jobs specifically in the community that might be because of an event, but based on all those ripple effects and indirect spending that happens, a restaurant may need to hire additional waitress staff or wait staff, or a hotel might have to hire additional people that take place, or because there's additional spending that's happening in the community, a car dealership might need to bring on another salesperson, right? So can't really pinpoint exactly where or what those jobs would be, but it would be a ripple effect of those jobs.
So it's extrapolated from the money. So what base do they use for wages, or?
Again, that's a great question. I'm not sure exactly what salary or wage that they use in the model, but it's based on those industry impacts.
Okay.
Just to add a little bit to that.
Go ahead.
Like just for us, for example, on a concert night, we have an extra 3 staff on just for a concert night, so that would probably be somewhere in that formula of the 69.
Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I would assume the calculation is based off additional person hours and then just extrapolated how many full-time jobs that equate to, or at least that was, but if there is a different measurement in there, I'd be happy to hear.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? So thank you, Dustin. Obviously, the event center is a major bit of infrastructure for our community in the region, and the investment that's made by us to continue to operate and maintain and develop the facility into an event and part of our event sport tourism strategy. So all the information, all the data that you can get to help us and help drive those decisions that are made for the facility are obviously important, and I really enjoyed the report. I found it very interesting. So appreciate you guys delivering this, and appreciate you coming in this morning to give an update to council.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Have a great day. Item 3, we have new councillor business. Anyone? Councillor Kemp?
I just wanted to inquire, maybe this is a question for you to staff. I'm just inquiring about those grad pictures that are around town on the post. I've gotten a few questions wondering what the intent is. Will those be coming down? What will we putting something up later on? Will they go back to the school? That kind of thing. So I was just wanted to inquire on that.
All right. Well, thank you. Through your worship. So they were put up. There was funding raised, I think, privately through the community. They were raised. It's the intent to come down. They were going to come down upon us installing the under 18 hockey banners that was to have taken place this fall. Unfortunately, COVID jumped in and canceled that. They will be coming down. They will go back to the owner. As I understand it, it may be the school, it may be the sign shop that I think spearheaded this. We right now have nothing to go back up. That is something I believe under your report, Kevin, you've got it addressed under your committee of the whole. But K&O Electric, I think, volunteered their time as part of this initiative to put them up. I would imagine, Kevin, they would come down in the same manner if we have nothing else to put up. But if I've missed anything?
No, that seems to cover it.
Okay, so we anticipate them coming down in the relatively near future.
Councillor Javetkov?
So what's the advantage of taking them down?
There's a request from parents and different ones wanting the signs. There's no real advantage. We could leave them up if council so wished. But really, that is a decision. There will be a new grad class that's coming forward this year. I don't know if they will be doing the same type initiative as a result of COVID to get the profile for our students that, you know, in their 12th year step out of high school, which is a pretty momentous occasion. But no reason other than to get them back to the owners and to distribute them to the parents that would like them, is that my understanding.
Go ahead.
So, to me, it makes sense if we're gonna take them down to have something to put up. So you go up on the lift, you take one down, you put another one up. Just for cost effectiveness, I don't know if that's how it works or not, but.
Traditionally, that's how it would work. This was at a no cost to the city, the install of these, as well as the decommissioning of them, as I understand how it was brought to city council. So had it worked out where the under 18 banners would have went up, we would have done them at the same time. But right now, council has not budgeted anything for banners in our city. So that's a discussion we would have to have as a board to see if there's a wish to look at putting up some new banners or creating new banners, and if that's the case, we can certainly accomplish that.
Yeah, to me, I think two things. The longer they're up there, the more they weather and the more they deteriorate, and the less they'll be for the kids who would like them as a keepsake. And so, to me, I'd really like to see us do that. But on the other side, you hate to see those things empty with nothing up there. So I think that's a discussion we should be having about a council in terms of what are we going to do? Are we going to have permanent banners that we put up there in the event we don't have other events like the hockey or whatever to promote? But I think two things. To me, I think we should be trying to find a way to facilitate getting them to the kids so that, like I said, the longer they're up there in the weather, and I saw a couple of them have a tour, and so it'd be good to get them out to the kids, but also it kind of sucks to have nothing up there at all, right? So we should have that discussion.
I think it's an appropriate timing for the question, and in our committee of the whole report, Kevin has that topic under there, so I would imagine it would be an ideal time to have that discussion as a council.
Sure. Good, thank you. Anything further?
Your worship.
Yep.
Just on the banners, and I'll wait till committee of the whole, but perhaps we can do something with Shop Local. I know Love Dawson Creek has a bit of a budget, and perhaps we could work with the chamber to see if there's something that we could have that we put up in between events.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Shayla. Councillor Wilk. Anything further? Anybody on new councillor business? Item 4 minutes. So we have our minutes of our inaugural meeting of council for November 9th for adoption. Move. Councillor Dweckhoff, second. Councillor Earl. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the minutes of our regular meeting of City Council for November 9th for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Dober. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any business arising out of the minutes for anyone? Councillor Earl?
I just hope to get an update on the buses. Buses here.
We are still, sorry, Your Worship, through you. As of Friday, Lindsay was still working on it. I've had no update as far as the larger buses at this point. So we hope to hear something early this week and see where there is a call on the 30th of this month, but that is more provincial in its mandate of that discussion based on lost revenue and so on across the province as a result of both BC Transit and COVID, the decisions made to reduce ridership, so, or loads on the buses, I should say.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything further? So correspondence, item 6, we have 6.1, we have an email from the Union of BC Municipalities regarding the LGLA Leadership Forum.
I would move that we receive for discussion.
Thank you. Second. Councillor Kemp, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
Given Councillor Dober is new to council, one, this would be a good platform to attend. I do like the idea that it's virtual, and I'm not sure about my other colleagues, but I'd be very interested to attend this virtual platform, and I think maybe we all should, just because of the fact they're looking at actually leading through kind of a virtual aspect and the changes that are taking place currently within the province, country, and world. So I'm just putting it out there that I think it's something that's affordable, and there'd be benefits for our community if we gain the knowledge that they're going to provide through this forum.
Okay, and so our policy is that council approve the attendance of councillors at any of the forums outside of those that we've agreed to with UBCM, NCLGA, and was there one other, Brenda?
FCM, Your Worship, we have that policy, but.
Yeah, oh, sorry, FCM that has a policy attached to it. So if we want to have a motion that directs anybody that's interested in attending the virtual platform for LGLA at $200 plus GST, is the motion would be required by council to give the approval of councillors who wish to attend that permission for the budget.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wilbur, second. Councillor Kemp, discussion. Councillor Dubekov.
So how does this virtual work? Would a person have to go in front of a computer for a couple days, or?
Yeah, basically they do them through a Zoom or Microsoft Teams, different platforms, and then you just log into the event in the venue, and you're online, and they have different breakout rooms that you can get into. It's completely virtual. Yep.
So was the UBCM virtual too?
Yep.
And how did that work? Was anybody on it, or I was just wondering how it...
Yeah. I think there was different feedback from UBCM and NCLGA in terms of how the conferences were received. I think it was so different than what people are normally accustomed to when you're there in person, and you know, that all that interaction that occurs not only during the plenary sessions or the conference, but also the breakout stuff that you do where you're meeting off the side in the hallway and all of that stuff. So I think that was the difference for folks. So I heard different feedback.
Were some councillors on it?
I attended UBCM and NCLGA. I found it useful. I appreciated the fact that I could register for the sessions I wanted. I attended. And so for me, it was, I blocked out those time periods, and it was like, get right to work. So I appreciated it. I also find that it's cost effective. We're not paying for rooms or travel, any of that. So for me, I see benefits in it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, it's a good opportunity to save quite a bit of money if you have a virtual conference. And I know everybody sees a high priority to going down to the coast to go to a conference, but I was just wondering how many took advantage of the virtual and how it worked. I mean, I was on 3 conferences last week for skiing, and it works fairly simple. I mean, you're on a Zoom thing and everybody's talking, and
the technology has come a long way, and I find it in most cases it's very effective. So. Further discussion? Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I can support this motion. I did check out the website, and I didn't see an agenda attached to the commission conference yet, so I'll reserve my decision to attend until I see the agenda. But
sure.
I think as you and Councillor have talked about it, this seems to be the way things are trending, so we need to more reorient ourselves to understand that that's going to be the way it is continuing and probably in the future.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 6.2, we had an email from the BC Natural Resources Forum, and this same thing, we have the Natural Resource Forum in, I think, January of 2021 normally, and so they'll be attending to this as a virtual as well. And this was used to be the Premier's Natural Resource Forum in Prince George, and so same thing. We just look to see if there's interest in anyone registering and attending, and have council give approval. Is this the Natural Resource Forum? Did we, on our policy, give a number of councillors who can attend, or is it just council direction?
Sorry, through your worship, I do not have that policy
Okay.
handy.
I think it was, same thing, it comes back to council for approval.
I believe so, Your
Yeah,
Worship.
so, anybody that wishes to attend this, and same thing, it's simply the registration fee. Again, there is no travel costs, it'll be done virtually, so. So a motion if anybody's willing to attend, or wishing to attend.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wilbur, do you have a seconder? Councillor Earl, discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. This is the item 7.1 reports is the memo from our corporate officer regarding request to ratify the decision that we be a signatory to a letter to Premier Horgan that was signed by the communities across British Columbia asking for to give the importance of resource development to the province, some attention and some direction in terms of suggestions on what was felt would be beneficial, and that letter was sent to the Premier, I think last week, and was covered in the Vancouver Sun. Council gave that straw poll direction for us to do that because it was time sensitive, so we require a motion this morning to ratify that discussion. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the memo from the corporate officer regarding request to ratify council decision open letter to Premier John Horgan be received. Further, that the decision to endorse the November 16, 2020 open letter to Premier John Horgan congratulating his past commitment to natural resources and communities be ratified.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.2, we have report number 20-11 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2021 Draft 1 Budget Report.
Your Worship, just if I could, just for consideration, if council would so wish, this I anticipate to be some time, this discussion and this report. Would it be in your interest or our interest to vary the agenda and go through the remainder of the agenda and come back to 7.2 as we look at our time frame? We do have a meeting this afternoon as well. It might be better place to get through the majority of everything on our agenda and then back to 7.2.
Sure. So I thought if we receive for discussion, and then we can have a motion that we refer it to this afternoon for that in-depth discussion, or at the end of the meeting whenever we're concluded with Committee of the Whole. So Councillor Kemp, received for discussion. Second, Councillor Earl. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so at this time, if we can, we'll just ask for a motion to defer. Or do you want to have some discussion about it first before we defer it? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I'd just like a procedural issue resolved in my mind. There are some matters I wish to raise which deal with employment, contracts, and sales of property. They're all for in camera. How are we going to juggle that in the proceedings?
So I think if we will have the items raised, and Brenda,
Yeah, through your worship, if I believe the budget is high level and would not be addressing specific scenarios. If there is specific scenarios that would be deferred to the in-camera session, we could discuss the open items through the budget. And then if there is items that you feel are necessary to be discussed in camera, then it would require a motion to move it into camera.
okay. So we're going to go through the report, and then if you have items specifically that you feel are required closed, that we would make those by way of a motion that they would either have to be legal, they would have to be fit within there, and then we would refer them into closed.
Related to this is also the item, strategic directions. And likewise, I'm just curious, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's good, how are we going to play that? Because the intention of this budget is what? Are we going to come to resolve to make some resolutions around tax rate structures at this budget meeting?
So that'll be,
I was looking for that because, maybe this is just for general information and we're not going to resolve anything. I just don't know.
I think it's council's direction when we receive the report, and we'll go through the report, that we'll start to begin to provide direction on the budget and try to get completion of direction on our budget as quickly and as soon as possible. That's always been council's, I think, will to get the budget completed as quickly as possible. So I think this first report that is being presented by administration provides us with that overview of the proposed budget with options and alternatives with every aspect to it, and it's council then to begin to put that direction to administration on the decisions we make, tax rates, capital, borrowing, all of those components. So.
Yeah, I'm just reflecting that some of our strategic directions might well impact budget in 2021 at some point or other. And we've got under your business strategic directions scheduled for 1 o'clock, right? So, I'm just thinking we might launch in this direction, but then have another discussion that might affect the direction we've already given. It's a juggling game. And,
Claire?
Your Worship, I think that as you see, draft 1 budget before you comes with recommendations as well as alternatives. That will be council's prerogative to set their direction and give it to us. Flavia has put together the financials to look at based on the discussions we've had to this point. I understand Councillor Parslow in talking about there may be issues that need to be dealt with. Land, legal, labor, for example, are all in-camera items. If that's the case, I think once we go through the budget, if there are items there that have to be discussed, then they would be referred to an in-camera session. Council can make a decision today, or they could defer that decision, but then that will set our time frame back, as has been set by this board previously, based on draft 1, draft 2, and so on. So I think there's plenty of leeway for the discussion, and if we have to go in camera, I think that would be at your discretion, Your Worship, to say we may have to have a recess from the budget discussions to go in camera, if that was the case, if something comes up.
Sure. And we absolutely have that ability to move from recess to closed if we need to in the discussions, if there's an item that requires us to do so.
And the strat directions?
So for me, the strat planning, the strat directions, I have absolutely no issues in reviewing where we were in 2020, and the items that are coming forward, to me, from my view, don't need to be enclosed. I don't see them being a closed item, but that'll be the direction of our administration and council to decide if they want to do that, and we'll legitimize that if they are required to be enclosed or not. But certainly it's not my intent this afternoon to that could be open if it's the will of council.
That would, go ahead, Brenda.
Through Your Worship, the strategic priority session has historically been in camera for council, just to allow council to discuss many different strategies moving forward, and just
if it's the will of council and if it fits, I'm completely okay, completely good with it being enclosed. I have no issues with that whatsoever.
I think if I could clarify, so in general discussions, when we're talking strategic planning for the council and what the future looks like, whether it is next year, the year after, 4 years out, there may be discussions on staffing levels, as Councillor Parslow indicated. That's something you would do in camera, which is part of the municipal act that allows us to do that. I don't think it would be appropriate to deal with land, legal, or labor in an open meeting as you were setting your priorities, but whatever council's decision is, we will make happen.
We follow the rules. We follow the community charter that allows us to be enclosed for certain items, and we stay in open if it doesn't, so. So the direction then, that we're going to defer this discussion as a whole until the end of committee of the whole, and then that way it gives us the opportunity, we've got the time available for council to get into it as it should be. So probably the most important work we do and ready to do that.
Your Worship, just my only thought in moving it to the end is we could get through everything and then
Sure.
there would be no time crunch to complete any of the other issues on your open meeting prior to going.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that, and just wanted to make sure that we had it online and that we're going to defer it to the end of our committee of the whole and then get into it. So, motion to defer till the end of our meeting. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Dober. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
That was easy.
That was easy. Report number item 7.3, report number 2218 from the city planner regarding our development variance permit for the Dawson Co-op. Councillor Javetka.
I'll make a motion to open for discussion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kemp. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Go ahead.
So the recommendation is for to deny the variance request. Like, you know, we've got a mall, basically a mall there that with a number of businesses, and the request for 5 portable signs to basically advertise their wares. You know, I think that's only fair. Like I'm looking at this from a fairness perspective for the businesses, and also for an informational thing for the public. Like if I go, you know, past the co-op and I see a portable sign out there that says this item is on sale this week, you know, that's good information for me. Being a pensioner on low income, you know, I'll take advantage of it. So I can't support, I support the variance. And I think, you know, we always have those opportunities for variances, for something that's different than the bylaw permits. The rest of it, like, you know, the recommendation to allow one sign when there's an electronic sign there, that sounds fair, and you know, there are businesses that are doing that now. So to legalize that, you know, if the bylaw needs to be amended, but I'd be prepared to make a motion that we approve the variance, and then provide a bylaw amendment to allow one portable sign, even if there's an electronic sign there.
So you're making that by way of a motion?
I'll make that by way of a motion.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Earl, discussion. Go ahead.
So just to reiterate, I mean, you know, there's a fairness aspect to it. Like we've got businesses in the co-op mall that stand on their own budgets and, you know, their own operations. They should have the same right as an individual business, you know, to display on a portable sign. So that's why I support it. To me, it's just a fairness thing, and I know that we've got businesses in there that rely on portable signs because they're not represented necessarily on the electronic sign. So.
Thank you. Blair?
Your Worship, I will jump in and I'll get Kevin to correct me if I go sideways on this. So I believe if it wasn't this council, it was the one previous that dealt with the sign bylaw originally that said once you get an electronic sign, there would be no portable signs allowed, I believe is how it went, Kev. Since that time, then there were, both the mall, I believe this started, McDonald's restaurant came forward, the co-op, to say, look, we have that, but it's not meeting our needs. And you passed a resolution or a motion, I'm going to say within the last year, 18 months, that said if you had an electronic sign, billboard, you could also have one portable sign on your property. So that's why this is here, and with the recommendation it's supporting council's original decision. So if that's a change, that's fine. Nick had brought a different recommendation, of which I said didn't match with what council had originally decided. So at that point, I had it changed back. So if we're going to move forward, we can do whatever council wishes, but just a little history as to how we got to this point and how this recommendation was put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dober?
Just a couple things to bring back. Like, obviously, these signs are extremely effective for businesses. They definitely don't have the best curb appeal, but they work. What was the reasoning why it was put in that there's a limit of signs per, like I guess if Co-op didn't have the digital or electronic sign, would they be able to have unlimited signs on there?
Kev, I believe under the original bylaw?
Yeah, so through your worship, I can't recall right off the top, but they were traditionally, most businesses, and especially something like the Co-op, which is a large property with multiple tenants, have been allowed to have more than one temporary sign. The idea when we changed the bylaw a year and a half, 2 years ago to the digital, because council requested that we go to the digital, was the hope was it's all about sign proliferation and just how much signage is out there. And so the digital signs, when we moved to that, thought that there was an opportunity to clean up some of that by providing other opportunities with the digital, but
Go ahead.
And then just, like, so if we did approve 5, is it all along Alaska Avenue? Or?
It would depend, based on, there's two ways. If you approved a variance, it's on each application as the variance request comes forward. I think council would have a difficult time picking winners and losers and saying you can have 5 and you can't, which puts you in a difficult position. So if there is a wish to allow more portable signs, my recommendation would be that you apply that equally to businesses versus hand-picking ones. So, and the intent was the proliferation of these signs.
So, and the issue is then, it's not a variance, but it's revisit the bylaw itself.
Which is what is presented here.
But I think Councillor Javetkow's motion was to provide a variance to the bylaw.
Yes.
And so if what you've indicated is that we should review the bylaw rather than give a variance, because how do you turn somebody down who comes in behind you? Councillor Javetkov and Councillor Dober?
Variances don't mean that you have to change the law. We've got variances on houses that we've approved that are, one-time issues with, distance from the property line or whatever. We don't go and change the bylaw to say, okay, every house is allowed now to comply with that variance that we approved. That's not the purpose of variances. Variances are, in a case like the Co-op, which is like a mall that has a number of businesses, that you're varying the bylaw. I suppose you could amend the bylaw to say that if you've got a mini mall or a mall, that you could have signs in there, a number of signs, but to me, it's a variance. The concept of having one portable sign at a business like the A&W has or McDonald's, I think putting that in the bylaw is reasonable. But in the write-up here, it's refers to how these signs look. If you get a proliferation of them, well, that's everybody has a different opinion. Like, my opinion for signs is that they're informational. So I appreciate having the sign. Like when I go by the store and they've got a special on the sign, and many of them do, that I respond to that. So I think a lot of people do. And I don't see them as an eyesore. I guess they could become an eyesore if you didn't have the rules, but we have rules. And then we have opportunities for variances. So to me, like, I appreciate the signs being out there.
Thank you. Councillor Dover?
I'm in complete support of, the businesses, and I think it's important for them to have these avenues to get out, especially in times like today. My fear is that, like, on that 8th Street, that distance is pretty short from the lights to the traffic circle where there would be 5 signs. And you allow that, and then all of a sudden the mall, which has a little bit more distance, they want 15 signs there. Like, I get, eventually you lose the message of these signs if there's too many of them, but it's also, it's a distraction to driving if there's, 5 signs in that short distance, or the mall, we allow that at the co-op, and then the mall wants to put 15 because their distance is further and it would be the same distancing. Are we going to allow that? Like, what are we opening ourselves up to? But in the same breath, I think these businesses need the support, and they need to get the word out and the help. So it's not an easy, an easy decision.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
I'm similarly torn, Your Worship. I think, as you said, if we do this for co-op, we need to be ready to do it for each and every strip mall or mall in the city. And that can, I honestly don't think the mall or any other business owner or property would intentionally, clutter up their property to the point where it looked ugly or unappealing. We do have to bear in mind that we need to be conscious about what we're allowing for, or what we're opening the door to. So this may be, originally I was thinking just a one-off for co-op because they do have a number of businesses in there and you want to support them, but it may be worth revisiting the policy and seeing if there is some sort of Goldilocks zone, I guess, we can find for malls, and looking at that particular aspect, so that we're acknowledging that there's a need and the businesses are telling us there's a need, but maybe there's a way to do it where we're not running the risk of cluttering up the city with signage.
Thank you. And it would be the bylaw, I think we would have to revisit, not the policy.
Pardon me,
Sorry.
bylaw.
Further discussion, further comments? Councillor Javecka?
And just one last comment, there's also a reference to sight distance, and we've got regulations regarding sight distance already. Like, we had an instance on our street there where there was a vehicle pulled out too close to 8th Street, so when you came to the stop sign you couldn't see if there's any traffic coming. So that was corrected. That's not legal. So it was moved. So it's the rules, the regulations are there to control, what we're doing. And to have, like, it wouldn't make sense to me to have a stack of signs in a 50 or 100 foot distance. You would want them spread out on maybe some on 8th Street, some on 103rd. That would make sense so people can see them, but I think those things look after themselves.
Councillor Dover?
Is there a bylaw, like, on distancing for signs, on how far they need to be apart? Because I think with Paul, like, if they were on 8th and 103rd, 5's not that many, right? But to throw them all on.
Kevin?
So just through your worship, no, we don't have any spacing on that. It has to be on private property, these signs. They can't be on the boulevard or anything. So
Yeah.
those are things that we regulate with, any of that goes up. So it'd be up to them to determine that spacing. And just quickly on the variance, and Councillor Javetkov was correct, is that a variance is a site-specific, a situational specific type of thing, and council is able to consider each variance on its own merits. It does not mean that you have to then require every other variance or every other thing that comes through. It's an application to deal with a specific set of circumstances that may fit that particular situation. So it doesn't tie your hands moving forward, just so you know.
Go ahead.
Sorry. question. So if we were to do a variance on the co-op, can you say in the variance that they all can't be on 8th Street, that there's some distancing in the signage?
Yeah, through your worship, we'd definitely be able to work with the applicant. If that's council's wish, we could do that.
And we did have 2 or 3 other requests for variances. That's what kind of got us here, right? Was
Yeah.
we had 2 or 3 other requests for variances to the sign bylaw and W and McDonald's. So those are in the lineup as well. Although we haven't heard from them yet. Further discussion?
Your worship, if I could, my understanding is McDonald's and A&W were advised to apply for a variance, but to date that hasn't happened. This is just regarding the co-op. The signs that are at the co-op have been there, in my mind, they could be grandfathered. They've been there before the digital sign and used by other businesses. There hasn't, to my knowledge, been an influx of people complaining about the site distance on entrances and stuff. I agree with Councillor Javetkov. I think these are one-offs. We do it with other stuff. And I believe that we could provide a variance based on the signage that is currently there. I don't think we have to allow them anymore. I think it's about what is in place today. And I also think, we're looking at unprecedented times, and businesses are trying to get people to shop local. I think this is one way that we can support that. I do have an issue, for us to say, no, we're not going to grant a variance. We're not talking about changing the bylaw. They're requesting variance only when the city themselves uses portable signs to advertise events for the city. So, I think we have to promote small business, and in this case, the Dawson Co-op, I believe, has 2 portable signs, one on 8th and then one on the cross street, the 102nd, I'm guessing. And there's been no issues there. I think it's a way for the businesses within that mall to advertise. So I agree with Councillor Javetkov and would support his motion. I think we have to look at this as one-off and not look at rewriting that sign by law and changing pieces again. It's very confusing. I think we just look at it for this particular variance, and then as we do with building variances and the rest, we look at them as one-off.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wasn't in any way trying to infer that we had other requests right now. We did have the request from A&W and McDonald's at the time this complaint was received. And how many signs do the co-op currently have on their facility, the temporary ones?
Through your worship, I believe they have 2, plus the permanent digital display.
Thank you.
That's what I understand.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
Just to follow up on a point there from Shaylee, we talk about supporting business and I think we're sincere about trying to support business. Well, this is an opportunity for us to actually walk the walk.
Blair?
Your worship, with due respect to the staff that brought this forward, this is a recommendation based on what this council wanted. We have no problem adhering or doing what it is, but this wasn't dreamt up by staff. This was dealt with and responded to based on a policy that this council put forward. So I want to be clear on that. There's nothing where we will implement it, but the staff have done a job reflecting what this board asked for. So to make that variance, I'm fine to do it, but I want to be clear, this wasn't something the staff started to think about. This was a response based on what this board has spoken to already.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov on last night.
Yeah, I don't see this as a criticism on staff. This is, something that comes up for discussion here, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion, further conversation? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Wilbur?
In favor.
Thank you. It's carried. Thank you. Item 8 bylaws, 8.1. We have our fees and charges amendment bylaw for consideration of adoption. Councillor Javetkov?
For adoption.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Kemp. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And 8.2, we have report number 20-219 from the city planner regarding our bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw and the municipal ticket information bylaw for consideration of first 3 readings.
It's very slow coming up.
Councillor Earl?
So,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor Earl.
I just moved the, sorry, one sec. I lost my spot. Move the report or recommendation that report number 20-162 from city planner regarding bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4470-2020 and municipal ticket information system amendment bylaw number 4471-2020 be received. Further, that bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4470-2020 and municipal ticket information system bylaw number 4471-2020 be given first 3 readings.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dover. Discussion? Administration, do you want to give a quick?
Go ahead.
So through your worship, this is just following up on the business license report that you saw at the last meeting, speaking of those changes. So this is just the amendment to the particular bylaws that actually allows us to enforce if necessary.
Thank you. Any discussion? Comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 9, Mayor's Business. And so, start 9-1, we hosted the annual Remembrance Day ceremony was conducted this year, obviously in these COVID times at the Cenotaph, and it was really very limited and restricted in terms of what they were able to do, and they didn't hold the normal ceremony at the Anchaga Hall, but we certainly want to appreciate the fact that the ceremony did take place, and want to extend our appreciation to those who did help to provide the opportunity for the ceremony and the wreath laying at the Cenotaph, and the date that's so critical for all of us to remember, and appreciate that folks were able to do that. Last week I've been working on an event they brought to council over the last couple of months, and it was a event put on by Access International, and they're a company that connects international professionals, people who have immigrated to Canada or are in the process of immigrating, and connect them with potential employers. And so we facilitated the event with some employers in the region, and we reached out to a number of them, and it was a virtual event again, and so I think there was about 40 or 50 different professionals from around the world and in Canada who signed into the event, and we did an overview of our community and the city and the region, and the details of our community and region, and then there were 4 employers that participated in it: Shell Canada, the Construction Association of BC, Mountain View Safety, and the Encana Event Center were 4 of the employers that participated, and we were able to connect with about 30 or 40 professionals from around the world who were expressing interest, and made those connections with them. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect, but you always hear how difficult it is to attract professionals into our community and region, and so I thought it'd be a good opportunity for us to try to explore the opportunity. And I was struck by a comment. I was meeting with the superintendent of Shell a number of months ago, and for this region, and he said 40% of their positions right now are vacant, and they can't attract people, professionals, the geologists, the engineers, the professionals to come to the region to work in Dawson Creek or Fort St. John, and so those positions are empty today, vacant today, because they can't attract them to come and work and live here. And so I thought it'd be a good opportunity. Let's give it a try. It didn't cost us anything. It was a little bit of time. I shouldn't say it didn't cost. I'll talk about that. We put some time and a little bit of effort into it, and I had the opportunity to, and people. We had a booth, the city of Dawson Creek, and people got to sign in and come visit. There was a engineer, chemical engineer, who's from Sudan, young lady. She has 3 different degrees in mining and petroleum. She worked in the industry and the Middle East and in Russia and around the world, and she's looking to get into the mining or the petroleum sector in Northeast BC, and so we were able to connect her, and I had a great discussion with her. But that's the kind of caliber of candidates who signed into this, and it was amazing to me to see that. And so I was really pleased with it. I thought it was very well done, and I know the participants were really gave us some really strong feedback about how good it was. And so we'll look to do it again. I spent a couple $1,000s, I think, out of our economic development budget to hire somebody to help me with the program, and I thought it was very effective. And certainly the folks that were signed in was also, we got really good feedback from them. So, any questions, anybody on that? The Christmas tree light up unfortunately didn't go on Friday night as planned, and unfortunately, but the lights went on Thursday through the evening sometime, and the tree has been lit up and looks amazing. And I want to extend a sincere appreciation to the South Peace Oilmen's Association and that organization who has put this tree up for our community for 25 or 30 years. I don't know, 98, Paul, do you know?
29th year.
Yeah. And how good,
I
right?
was 42 when we started.
I was 11 that year. And so anyway, just amazing. And now the lights up, the tree is up, and it can continue to add to it. And I see they got a really terrific star shining above the community today. And what a great gesture that is on behalf of the Oilmans and the city staff who are there helping, and all the folks who make that happen. Thank you so much on behalf of the residents of Dawson Creek and the region. And it's a terrific symbol for us to begin to celebrate this holiday season and support our local businesses and the downtown folks, and get out and support local. Unfortunately, the 18 Wheels of Christmas was on this past weekend, and same thing, they made the decision to postpone moving forward with that in light of the recent public health orders, and so that event didn't go as planned. Good news last week that a real iconic business person and family in our community passed away, and I wanted to take the opportunity just to pay our respects to Bing Ma. And Bing was one of those iconic business people in our community for 60 years or more, probably, when Bing's started their furniture store. And I want to tell a little story about that from a kid who grew up in Dawson Creek, and my earliest recollections of going to Bing's Furniture, which was located across from Aspel Ford in the building now. That's I think it was the judo and the gymnastics and in that area. That's where Bing's store was, and I remember this vividly, going into the store one day with my mom and dad, and they were buying a new furniture set. And in those days, people didn't buy a new furniture set every year, right? It was a big deal to be going to buy a new living room sofa set. And I remember my dad making this comment about Bing, because when we walked into the store, Bing said, "Percy Bumstead, good to see you." And my dad, as we were leaving the store, said to my mom in the car, "I don't know when I was in that store last, but it was a long time ago." And that guy remembered my name all those years later. And he was so impressed with that Bing had that ability as an individual and as a business person to take the time to remember their name. And so I always was struck by that. And so I think how special Bing was to our community, Bing and Shirley, and raised 8 kids, and I think 4 of those kids are all entrepreneurs and local business people, with Eddie and Glenn and Gary and Michael and Jimmy and the girls. So anyway, I thought it was really appropriate for us today to pay some respects to Bing, who was a really special business person in our community and a family man. We should do a little update on the COVID-19, Blair, with the orders on Thursday night, and maybe if you can just give a little update on operationally what it's meaning.
All right. Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to Council. I think everyone's aware that Dr. Bonnie Henry on Thursday of last week initiated new health orders in the city and the province. Masks are now mandatory in all public places, including City Hall, our city facilities, You will note that our staff will be wearing them where needed. If you do have separations, such as what you're seeing here today with the plexiglass, they are not mandated, but if you stand up from a cubicle like this and go out into a common area, you have to wear a mask within City Hall. If you are seated at your desk and have the separation of 6 feet, you are fine to be at your computer without your mask. But any movement, we also, it is mandatory for anybody coming into a city facility to wear a mask. And for those people that don't have them, we will supply a mask for them. And I recognize that not everybody is high on the idea of wearing a mask. But I encourage people, this is not the City of Dawson Creek's health order, this is the provincial mandate. And we are obligated as your city to follow those rules. So whether you believe in masks or don't believe in masks, I encourage you not to take it out on any city employees or any business employees for that matter. They're honoring the law as it has been presented to us. We will do our best to get through this together. Travel, there is still some confusion out there. I know that the province is working on it as well, based on your cohorts. There was, people calling and asking, can I not see my family? Can I? Those are questions I think that have been somewhat cleared up over the last couple of days, but I think as things go forward, your local cohort that we've been working under, your homes, we'll do the best we can. But your worship, I think this is changing times we're in. This is now until December 7th. They are trying to bend that curve downwards with the large number of cases we've seen, not just in our province, but our country. Come that date, there will be a decision made by the province, as I understand it, whether to continue with the order, to remove the order, or enhance the order, which are really any of the possibilities out there at this point. So we will do the best we can. We will meet the needs of the people we serve in this community and surrounding area. But again, I encourage people, we are following the law and obliged to do that. So please respect that as you attend any city facilities.
Yeah, the biggest worry, I think, for all of us, and certainly to me, is the issue of the long-term impacts to our community and businesses if we don't and aren't able to slow down the spread of this virus. And the last thing any of us want to do is have continually impacting to us personally or to our businesses. And so to me, the one message is we can do personal practices: wash your hands, social distance, wear the mask if you're in a setting that you need to or can't social distance. And those are 3 things that we can do, all of us individually, to help spread the virus and help to reduce the impact of it and help reduce the potential impact of it on our business community and the health of those most vulnerable. And so I just ask everybody to please try to take some of those messages to help us all beat this thing for our community and our region. Darcy? Councillor Dober?
Thank you. Just one question around it. Like, obviously, who's in charge of like policing it? Like, I know, just talking to a lot of business owners around town, there's some frustration that some are following the policies in full, some aren't following them. And some of these impact businesses significantly, and then others aren't following them, and their businesses aren't being impacted as much. So there's some concern in the community about who's policing it and why it's not getting policed, and
Okay, very good question. So, and correct me, Kevin, if I'm wrong, this is a WorkSafe BC issue. For that, our bylaw enforcement officers, they have not reached out for any enhanced enforcement, I don't believe, at this point, through the city's bylaw. This is a provincial mandate, and through a provincial health order, it is provincial jurisdiction to administer those laws. So, have I got everything on that, Kev?
Through your worship, it seems to me last time in the spring, they did at that time say bylaw may assist
Yes.
in those compliance issues, but we haven't received, to date, we haven't received any complaints or concerns. When we do, I guess then we will look into that and make a decision on whether that's our realm to be involved or not.
Traditionally, the government will reach out to us, to municipalities, and say, we request your assistance. We're going to grant additional powers, possibly even to a bylaw officer. That hasn't occurred as a result of this latest one. So that is the challenge, because I think we all see it. There will be people that will go in, businesses that are adhering to it, others that may not be, individuals going into a business that may don a mask, others that won't don a mask. It's a very difficult position, I think, for the business owners, for their workers, and for people in general.
So there was, I read just a story on, in Smithers, there was an individual who was in a credit union and wouldn't put on a mask, and the RCMP did come and did remove the individual from the facility.
We have taken the position, Your Worship, that because it is the law and we're asked that if you don't wear your mask in a city facility, you will not receive the city services. You're coming.
Councillor Parslow?
As one of the staff, would like to expand a little bit and talk about the impact, if any, of these on recreation.
At this point, and I'll go with Ross, I'll talk briefly, and then we have, hockey is still going, minor hockey is still going. I believe that we are back to no inter-community travel, as I understand it. There's still some confusion on that. But the issue and the ability to conduct their practices and their training, as I understand it, is still good, along with figure skating and speed skating. But I believe they're also still continuing gameplay intercity within our city alone. Ross?
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, Larry, you are correct. We're still functioning under Phase 3 guidelines. However, no spectators in any of our facilities right now, and the recommendation is no travel. So even Fort St. John Dawson Creek is, at this point, we're still fine-tuning some of these things, but they're not recommending that. And I did receive some information over the weekend that would suggest there are leagues. The KIJHL and the Kootenays has actually started suspending some games, intercity games, those sorts of things.
Thank you. Next item is the, I want to raise, as we got a late item, the Dawson Creek Speed Skating Club, and we have a letter from them. And Blair, can you speak to this in terms of the impacts of what the request is and means?
Your Worship, so the speed skating oval has been down, I believe, the last 2 years, Kevin. There was some work being done by the school district in that area. They are back. They have came back to request the assistance of the city in preparing that oval through the water trucks. There is a Zamboni, I believe, on site as well, contained in there. So what their ask is to, and it will cost some dollars for us to attend with the water truck and get it in. And that is their request, Your Worship. I think it can be accommodated. I think we have not put this in the budget because it has been out for the last couple of years. But again, during these difficult times, I think we are looking for people to have some opportunity to be able to spend time with families, get out. And as I think many of us would know in this city, outdoor rinks are becoming a thing of the past, it would appear. Hopefully we can change that trend somewhat one day, but this allows everybody, not just the speed skaters, but they're receptive for people to utilize that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I move that we grant the request contained in this letter.
Thank you. We have a seconder, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Do we have Councillor Duvetko?
So what size of a water truck have we got?
Through your worship, we have a single axle. I think it's 1,800 gallons, just, you know, a typical smaller, in today's standards, a smaller water truck, but we've had that for a number of years.
How much water does it take to do a speed oval?
It takes a lot. I noticed in the request, and they're probably not incorrect, is that it probably takes 2 weeks of running back and forth, hauling water to build the base and to get it, you know, up and froze, and then they'll take over with the Zamboni.
You know, we've got probably 50 triaxle trailer water trucks around town that haul, I don't know, 10 times as much as that single axle. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to use a single axle to do that job. Why haven't these people gone out to business and asked for a donation or whatever? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, driving, putting hours on our truck back and forth to You know, the Zamboni is a different deal because that's specialized, and I think we have a second Zamboni that we sort of saved for that purpose, eh?
They actually have one at the Speedskate Oval, an old one that's just stays there, and that's the only purpose. And I mean,
I'm not in favor of providing the water truck. You know, the cost of the water is something else, but the water truck doesn't make sense to me to be, you know, making that many trips with a single axle.
Honestly, I don't know what the capacity of the speed skating club is to help facilitate, to take on, if they had a fleet of the big trucks, but I hear your point.
Well,
yeah.
You know, they can probably get one donated. I mean, there's a number of companies that, and they're not all being used right now. In fact, they're pretty quiet.
Yeah. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, my colleague raises a very valid point there, so I defer to that. But I have a recollection, way back, this would be over 20 years ago, since I retired, right? Didn't that rink get flooded in part from a fire hydrant, and the fire department helped with that? I just have a strong recollection of seeing something like that. Is there a fire hydrant located quite close to that, at the back of the high school?
Kevin?
Yeah, through your worship, there is a hydrant at the south end of the school. I can't remember if there's one on the north side. My understanding is, for as long as I can remember, we've used our water truck to do the oval.
Okay.
There was that skating rink that was there, and they may have used something different or a hydrant.
The Julian Neal Memorial Arena, yes. Okay, just throwing out support of what Paul's saying here, there may be alternatives.
All right. So if we have a motion, and absolutely, I agree with Councillor Javetkov in that regard. If we can get the support of some of the local businesses to help provide some trucking that we could use to reclaim water, and I'm assuming that's what we would use, or would we use the potable? Kevin, do you know?
Through your worship, we would use potable water probably for that, because again, that's with the reclaim, it has to be specifically named in the permit for other uses, and that isn't one that's named.
Okay. But if we could get the support of that, and I'd be happy to try to reach out this week to some of them and begin to see if we could get some support from the industry guys to help us. And if that would expedite it immensely in terms of helping take the pressure off our truck, I'd be happy to do that. If council are in favor of us continuing to move forward in a way to get it done. Administration, you okay with that? And Blair?
Certainly, Your Worship. I mean, what I've heard is the council is happy to try and accommodate this. I've heard Councillor Javetkov supported as well by others that they should reach out to, and now, if it's the city reaching out, I understand, Your Worship, you're going to take that on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Business guys are always available. I got no problem reaching out to them and seeing if they give us a day of some trucks, right? Wouldn't take much.
If for some reason, Your Worship, they were busy and got tied up, would it then still be the wish of council for us to do this?
Well, I guess that was why I want to make sure council were still in favor of us proceeding with it, irrespective, because there's no sense reaching out to those guys if council aren't in favor of the support of putting the ice in there, right? Because if I can't get it done, if they aren't willing to do it, are we still in favor of doing it? Councillor Jackson?
Well, I'd make an amendment to the motion that we exclude the water and just include the Zamboni, and put the onus on Mr. Cartier to scout out a donation from industry.
Okay. So, sorry, you're making that by way of a
I'll make an
amendment?
amendment to the motion, yeah.
Does it go contrary to the motion? Because the motion is that we're going to support the use of the city water truck and the Zamboni, and the amendment is we're not going to use the city water truck.
I think you're right.
Yeah, through your worship, I believe you're correct.
Yeah. So if council aren't in favor of using it, then we would look at just the
Yeah, Councillor
other side.
Javetkov is just speaking against
Yeah.
the intent of the motion.
Okay. Ready Are you further discussion? Councillor
Was
Dover?
that to exclude the water truck or the water itself?
The water truck.
Water truck.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
I don't want the truck to be used.
Excuse me, through
Yeah.
your worship, was there opposition?
Yeah, Councillor Parslow was opposed.
Yes, Councillor Duvacroft's very persuasive.
9.2 are December and January council meetings, and so we,
Your worship,
Go ahead.
was that not the amendment you just voted on? Now you're back to,
No,
not as amended?
No.
Okay.
the amendment
Was
was
out of order.
was contrary to the motion in
Okay.
terms of saying we're not going to use the water truck, and that was the motion, so I don't,
Okay.
yeah. Our December and January meeting schedule, we had a little discussion about this. Brenda, do you want to bring it up for council?
sure, I will. This is in regards to the sound system installation that is occurring within council chambers, and also to allow a break around the Christmas season. Currently, the equipment for the sound system is due to arrive in Dawson Creek December 8th, and it requires IT, and I guess I can get assistance from Ross as well, but IT and electrical installation. So we were hoping to have the December 7th council meeting deferred to the 15th to allow, for time-wise, after the 15th meeting, we can have the installation of the IT and the electrical, and then have the December 21st meeting canceled, and then also the January 11th meeting canceled, because the company that's coming to do the install is coming from January 4th to the 15th. So what we're asking is for the December 7th meeting to be deferred to the 14th. And we're asking for the December 21st meeting and the January 11th meeting to be canceled. And traditionally, there is less business around the Christmas season, and there's always the opportunity for a special meeting to be called if there is urgent business needing to be discussed.
Thank you. So, yeah, just coordinate the December schedule with the 2 weeks of normally the Christmas. And as Brenda says, and then we can get all of the infrastructure built in here to accommodate that new system. And if we do need a special meeting for whatever purpose in there, we always have the ability to do that at the will and the need of council. So motion then, council, Brenda, for council to adopt the December and January meeting schedule as presented.
Your worship, just one other thing. We do have on the 21st, the second draft of the budget for presentation at the present time. So, which was adopted as well. So Flavia, with moving it to the 15th, yes.
Yeah, through your worship, actually the December 7 was the schedule to have the discussion of the amendment for 2020. And then on December 21st was the draft 2 of 2021. So I still can bring the amendment on December 15, but then it's gonna overlap with a draft 2 or any decision that's gonna come from this meeting. You need some advice myself. What's gonna be the best option here, because I don't know.
So Brenda, then Charlie, Councillor Parslow.
Through your worship, that's when we can call a special meeting to accommodate the timelines.
The budget needs from there. Councillor Parslow.
Was the consideration of using the regional district offices for a meeting considered? Because, you know, we don't want to, and I'm sure we can accommodate the timelines, but it seems a long time. I think one meeting, but I think I've heard 3 meetings, Councillor. So, or is it 2 meetings? But anyway,
2.
Just wondered about, you know, the school board, they have a nice room. I don't know if they have these things up. I imagine they do.
Certainly, we would have the ability, I think, to access the regional district board room if we needed it for a special meeting, if this wasn't available. So, am I hearing that we just may need to plug that special in after the 15th for that draft 2?
Possibly, Your Worship, yes. And again, I think based on probably a lot of the discussion that we're about to have as well, based on our first draft discussion.
So this facilitates us getting this fixed, and if we do need a special, we then have the ability to do a special meeting, and we will be able to find a location, I'm sure.
If needed.
So, okay. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And now 9.3, we have the annual Dawson Creek Mirror hosts their Reader's Choice Awards, and we haven't this year, obviously, with for obvious reasons, brought in the recipients of those impacted by the City of Dawson Creek for the Reader's Choice Award. So I want to begin with the first one is the best city councillor, and that was for 2020 was Councillor Paul Jebetkoff. So congratulations.
Comes with $1 million check.
You just go up to the mirror, they said it's there. Congratulations. The best city employee for 2020 was our very own Sabrina Walter.
All right.
So congratulations, Sabrina. And the best city firefighter was Ray Richmond.
All right.
Congratulations, Ray. And the best RCMP officer was a tie this year between Corporal Christopher Gallant and Corporal Trevor Vokins. So congratulations to them. The best place for bikinis was the Dawson Creek Walking Trail. Oh no, sorry, that was biking. I knew that. I just had to do that. The best place in the city of Dawson Creek for biking was the Dawson Creek Walking Trail. And also the best place for walking was the Dawson Creek Walking Trail. And the best place for a picnic was the Kin Park. And best civic leader was the mayor. So congratulations to all those who participated. Congratulations to the winners, and congratulations to the folks that took the time to participate. Thank you. Brenda?
Through your worship, back to the council meeting schedule. Yes. I don't believe I got a mover or a seconder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There was no motion formally made. We did vote.
Well, they did vote for it, so.
If we could go back to that would.
So I'm sorry, my apologies. I thought we had a mover and a seconder. So if we can, now everybody's off. Oh my, Councillor Jebetkoff. Second, Councillor Kemp. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So that concludes Mayor's business, and if we can take a 5-minute recess at this time, and then we'll come back in and into the remainder of our agenda. We'll call ourselves back to order, and our next item of business, item 10, is our Chief Administrative Officer update.
Your Worship, we had planned on a COVID update under this part, but under your Mayor's business and then myself responding, I think we've covered that. So again, you know, thank you to everybody, all of our employees who are doing the work that they can do. Thanks to the people of our community, really. This is a difficult time, you know, whether people, and I respect every view, because there are people that agree with this, people that disagree with it, but the reality is when the law is there, until that law is changed, we have an obligation as a city to administer it and adhere to it, so.
Thank you. Diary, item 11.
Nothing new, Your Worship.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Got a few items to be released. We're going to have a motion for consent. Councillor Parslow, second. Councillor Jebetkoff. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Strategic priorities chart and
a meeting this afternoon, Your Worship.
Thank you, Blair. Media. Nothing. And do we have our staff sergeant? Will he be?
Your Worship, I've just put a request into admin staff to see if they've called.
Okay.
But
So maybe we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which would be the corporate officer, and then when Staff Sergeant Worrell gets here, we can go with him.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll just highlight a few items from my report. The first topic I want to discuss is the by-election. One thing, we're still wrapping up on the legislative items, and part of that is updating our voters list, and that's quite a large task for our staff, and we had thought of moving forward to just voting day registration for the next election instead of using our voting book. The only difference to the voter is that they need to bring in 2 pieces of ID. Currently, if they're on the voters list, they just need to state their name and their address and then declare that they have not yet voted in the election, and then we will give them a ballot. But if we were to remove the voting book, then everyone would be required to produce 2 pieces of ID before they could get a ballot. This could cause a little bit of grief with the public might not be in favor of that, and I'm just wondering if council had any opinions on the matter. Either way, it's not that big of a difference, I feel, for the voter, but it does save staff time a lot of keeping that voting book up to date.
Council, comments, thoughts? I agree. I really think it's an important bit of work that we should ensure that that voters list is current and up to date, and we do.
So what we're thinking about is removing the voters list. So if you're not in favor of that, that's what I'd like to know at this point.
Yeah, for me, I think it's just an important piece of what we do to ensure we have that accurate record of the voters list, right? Okay. I think. Councilor Javetkov?
Yeah, I agree. The voters list, I think it should be up to date as much as possible, but it changes. I mean, it'll be up to date that minute and then it starts changing, but it's still an important resource.
Yeah, there is, 7,500 or so names on the list. So if somebody was to move out of town, we would not be aware of that. That's the concern. We can't update it. You know, that's why moving to just voter day registration, everybody would have to prove that they're, where they live and who they are for that specific election. And that was our thoughts.
Is there a way to validate addresses with residents outside of, I guess only if they were the owners and not a renter, right?
And that would be another big task.
Yeah. Councillor Dober and Councillor Parslow?
Is the list used for anything else in between like elections?
The actual number of voters we use when we do an alternate approval process, because if less than 10% of the voters respond asking us to hold a full referendum, then the alternate approval process is a much easier way to get the approval of the electors. It's cheaper, you don't have to run a whole referendum. So if we were going to do any borrowing, long-term borrowing, we would need the approval of the electors. And instead of going to a full referendum, we would use the alternate approval process where we'd let the public know we're going to borrow a certain amount of dollars, and then if you respond within a month time that you're opposed to this borrowing, then we'd have to go to a full referendum. But if we get no opposition or less than 10% of that 7,500 opposed, then we can carry on with the borrowing.
So if we don't update this, then how does that work?
If we don't update the list, we just have to find an alternative way to find the population base. And that can easily be done as well.
Personally, I don't know what the general public's opinion of it would be. Like, I personally wouldn't care about producing 2 pieces of ID if it saved the taxpayers, hours of money of data entering something that, is only used for a couple things, I guess.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow, Councillor Earl.
Well, my question is somewhat parallel, Darcy's. You said there was alternate ways of getting information. Do you want to expand on that? What are they? Is that going to be more labour intensive than keeping up this list, or what?
No, other communities do it. You would use the census. There's other ways to find your
I see.
population base, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for maintaining up-to-date data and information. My one concern is you don't want to do anything that's perceived to be making it more challenging for people to vote, especially now that healthcare numbers are on your driver's license. So that's 2 pieces of basic ID that people had once upon a time. Now they're coming up with, now it's all on one, so you need to come up with a second piece of ID, which is a credit card, which is fine. However, if you're a marginalized person or a younger person who maybe doesn't have a credit card, my worry is they might be challenged to provide those 2 pieces in the moment. So that's that would be my one concern with this, is I don't want to make it more challenging for people to.
Thank you. Brenda?
Okay, so what I'll do with this then is I could bring forward a report and just provide in detail the alternatives and the repercussions of each, and then council can give direction moving forward.
Brenda, I was wondering if our utility billing because that would be probably more accurate to residency than people who own the home, because whoever owns the home isn't necessarily the resident, but utility accounts might be a far more accurate representation of the residency piece, and I'm wondering if that might be an electronic tool that we could use to, I guess I'm just thinking about that work that you guys would go through to try to keep that voters list current, and if you could somehow merge that utility account with our voters list to say, look, this is now 80% accurate.
We do have a restriction of, we gather that data for a specific purpose, and we can't
Overlay.
Yeah, we cannot use data for anything other than the purpose it was gathered.
Okay. Thank you.
That way. Okay, thank you for that discussion. I do not believe there's much more. We did discuss the council meeting change, and that's it, unless there's any other questions in my report from anyone.
Thank you. Anything further for council for Brenda? Thank you, Brenda. I see Staff Sergeant Worrell's here. Good morning, Damon. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you for allowing me to address you this morning. Can you guys hear me okay? Or?
Oh, microphone.
You might have to
louder.
spritz it.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, Councilor Dover. First time seeing you, so welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
I'll present to you our policing report for October this year. Speaking to our resources first, we are presently addressing 6 soft vacancies. Soft vacancies are temporary vacancies. The positions are still filled, but those members assigned to those positions are temporarily off for personal illness or injuries. So we're supporting them and getting back to work, hopefully sooner rather than later. We have no hard vacancies, and in fact, we're actually surplus to establishment by 1, just to pre-planning for members that are due out soon in the near future. Looking to our crime trend reporting, this year to date, or up to October 31st, we fielded a total of 6,934 calls for service. That's down from last year at the same time when we fielded 8,042 calls for service, or a reduction of approximately 14%. Of those calls, 78% were within the city and 22% within the rural surrounding area. That's pretty much standard since I've been here in Dawson Creek. Doesn't really change very much. Comparative to last time for the same time period, calls for service within the city are down approximately 14% and down in the rural area by 12%. There's some increases that I did see in our crime stats this month, a little bit more red in the report than I usually like to see. That's an anomaly. We haven't really seen that throughout the year. Our theft of vehicles are still down compared to last year, October. Theft from vehicle was down, but we did see some increases, specifically drug possession, drug trafficking, an increase of 150%. That may very well be likely to proactive increased enforcement on behalf of our unit. We did also see some large increases in mental health calls, an increase of about 60% there. Again, I'm not getting too worried about it just for an increase over 1 month, but if that continues to be a trend over the next couple of months, certainly something that we'll want to focus some attention on. Perhaps I'll finish the report, and then if there's any questions, I can come back to it after.
Sure.
So speaking to our annual policing plan priorities, we had 4 priorities addressed this year or selected this year. The first one was organized crime, repeat chronic offenders, not really the prolific offenders, the major crime, personnel that we're dealing with and we continue to deal with. This is more to address the smaller, petty, repetitive crimes, the people that we're dealing with every single day, really generating the high volume of calls. So we've that's assigned specifically to our E-Watch, which is, and they've increased monitoring of our local motels and hotels. We've done a couple of blitz of compliance checks or curfew checks, which has resulted in some charges for some of these people that are, again, they're constantly being monitored, they're constantly in our cells, constantly in court. So we've increased our enforcement, targeting these specific individuals. The number 2 priority was property theft, and it's really linked to our first priority as well. The repeat and chronic offenders are really the ones that are committing all over property theft, the theft from vehicles, the break-and enters in town. It's the same kind of people, so it's 2 different priorities targeting the same group of people. Property theft has continued to decrease throughout the year. I think every month I'm reporting, pretty much every month if I recall, I think I'm reporting a decrease in our thefts. So what we're doing so far is working. I know that the watch is working right now to do a little bit more proactive work and get some more media releases out and drop some flyers on some vehicles, just reminding them to lock their vehicles. We are finding though that people are locking their vehicles more though, and that is reflected in the numbers that I'm giving you because we're seeing those numbers go down. Substance abuse and drugs was a priority that was identified through our open house town hall meeting. Many people that came to our meeting this year really identified drugs as being a priority for them. Specifically, they wanted us to deal with drug houses in the community, and we've done that. I don't have the number specifically of warrants that we've done this year, but it's upwards of 16 search warrants on residences within the Dawson Creek area, specifically targeting drugs that are being sold out of homes. One major part of that priority was to increase training opportunities for the detachment. Because of COVID this year, that's really tied our hands. We can't send anybody out for training. So we're looking into some in-house training options. For the brief time there was opportunity for us to send members out for training. We did take advantage of it, but again, that's all on hold now. So we'll have to look into in-house training options for the rest of the year. We have approached the province for funding sources for increased drug enforcement. So targeting drug houses, targeting people that are selling drugs is resource intensive. It takes a lot of members to conduct surveillance. It's money, it's hours. So we're looking to get a little bit of additional funding through the PTEP program, which is a provincial program. So we're still waiting to hear back on that. Our 4th priority was to increase or better police-community relations. Again, COVID is really restricting our ability to interact with the community or community events. That said, we're making an effort to be more live and on social media, Twitter and news releases. Twitter is new this year, and I think we're on there quite often, probably more than I should be, because I'm on there also a lot, trying to get the Twitter stuff out and make sure that we're communicating with the public and our community. So that's something that we've done this year, and we're going to continue to come up with ideas to better our relationship with the community while not being able to maybe interact in person. I think that pretty much concludes my policing report. Pending any questions for you.
Thank you, Damon. Councillor Earl, Councillor Parslow.
Thank you, Your Worship,
Yep.
and thank you, Staff Sergeant. Always good to see you. Couple questions, and I don't expect you to be able to give me a definite answer on this, but when I look at the stats around the crimes that are up, they do seem to be, as you said, mental health, substance related, and as you said, a portion of that is likely due to increased enforcement. Is there a concern as we head into a second wave of COVID that a portion, the mental health piece and whatnot is being exacerbated by this, or do you think it's just part of the ebb and flow of how crime works in a rural community?
I think there is a concern. Yeah, absolutely. I think that the current pandemic is difficult on members of the community, and I think that absolutely it should be a concern, not just for policing but for the community as well. Yeah.
And another follow-up, and kudos on the drug housing, because I was at the session you mentioned earlier, and that was a constant refrain from the audience, is that something had to be done more about that. But just about thinking about your other comment that it is a fairly labor-intensive endeavor, how, in your experience over the long term, how effective is it? Because my concern is when you bust up a drug house, or when you shut down a drug house, that the demand for the drugs doesn't dissipate in any way, and many of the individuals who are still involved in that are still carrying on. Does that problem just go somewhere? It creates a vacuum that is then filled by something else. Is it a concern? Is there another piece to this we need to understand around? Once that vacuum's created, what do we do to prevent it from being filled by another drug house or potentially something worse?
I think you kind of answered your own question. I think that it is a vacuum that is filled almost immediately as soon as we, like I said, address the drug house. I think the best option moving forward is recognizing that it's not, while it is a policing concern and that it does contribute to crime in our area, it's also a public health concern. Mm-hmm. And I think it's about establishing partners with the organizations and the agencies in our communities that can work together to address the overdoses and the substance abuse and the addictions, which we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
This may seem kind of silly, but I just dawned on me that when you talk about the detachment is currently operating surplus to establishment by one position, and then you have 5 off-duty sick or injured. And then I was going to try to reconcile all that with this organizational chart there with all the vacancies, right? And I've just realized where you put vacant, it's because they're away from duties because they're sick, correct?
Sick or injured, yes.
Yes, fine. So is there, obviously there's a lot of privacy to hear, but is there some cross-contamination going on in the GIS section? 3 of your 5 are...
No, and so that's just to give you a visual of kind of where we're having shortages. I have the ability and discretion to move resources as I need to throughout the detachment. And I prefer to carry those shortages in my GIS unit, hopefully temporarily, rather than frontline policing. So I could move all those vacancies over to maybe A-Watch, and then when A-Watch is working, we may only have 2 police officers on duty, which obviously isn't realistic.
No. Yeah.
So more of that's just, and maybe that's just a bad visual for yourself, but it's more me risking out running the vacancies in my GIS unit, again, albeit hopefully temporarily, rather than frontline on the watches.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So Regina hasn't been yielding any cadets since COVID, correct?
Certainly, there is a shortage for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, what's the scenario going to be like in a year from now? Do you imagine with?
I am contingency planning. Yeah, I am. So I am in discussion with North District staffing and E Division staffing, and I am taking steps now to address what might be shortages later on. So I can't say what that is because I don't know yet.
No.
We're still working on it though.
Yeah, it's going to be.
My goal is not to have any hard vacancies in Dawson Creek.
Yeah, and we just know it's going to be a problem, right?
Certainly, and keep in mind as well, we do have the provincial support team that's based out of Prince George now. So we do have members there that are that were brought in this year to help help communities and detachments that are suffering shortages. So we do have resources that we can bring in shorter term, 2 weeks or months at a time. Maybe a band-aid to solution to a bigger problem. But my goal is not to have any hard hit vacancies and not to have to bring in the provincial support team. So. Which is part of the reason that we're running a surplus to establishment now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you. A few council meetings back, I had posed the question about cameras in the city. I was just wondering if you might be able to give some input on how that might assist in policing, or what your thoughts were on cameras throughout the community.
So, my experience and my with community safety cameras comes from Williams Lake, where I was posted before Dawson Creek. And they coincidentally rolled out while I was in Williams Lake. So I was there when they started to roll out the community safety programs. Anticipating that you were going to ask something about community safety cameras, I did reach out to Williams Lake RCMP to get a little bit more information, which I can share with you right now. Hopefully it kind of answers your questions, and then we'll see if there's anything else I can answer for you after. So when I reached out to Williams Lake RCMP, they confirmed their program began in late 2017. The initial startup budget from the city was $50,000 with a commitment of $25,000 every year after that for upkeep and maintenance of the cameras. The cameras that they have right now are day-night capable with a 270-degree viewing angle. The primary servers are maintained at the City Hall, and there's a few standalone servers throughout the community because of the difficulty that they had in attaching those cameras to the main server. At present, Williams Lake, the city of Williams Lake has 24 cameras in total in operation. The Williams Lake RCMP detachment has access to the servers. Unrestricted access. They've provided keys to pull the video as and when they need it for investigations that are ongoing. The way that they've done it is they have one member assigned to every watch that is the SME, or trained expert, for downloading the equipment and using the software and providing the video to investigators. The detachment has a go kit prepared so that trained member can just grab the case and go. It has keys to the building that's needed, a laptop for managing the software, and USB keys. All of the cameras in Williams Lake are ALPR capable, so that means that they're automated license plate reading capable cameras, though that functionality is not currently initiated on those cameras. They are discussing, though, in the city about activating that feature, or they should or not. One thing that you could consider the usefulness of, for example, having an ALPR camera would be for an Amber Alert. If a child is abducted, the cameras would immediately pick up the license plate and provide us the direction of travel. Williams Lake RCMP reported that at least a dozen files, or major files, have benefited from use of those cameras over the years. In some instances, this involved major investigations, and it's estimated that they've saved, or would otherwise have been, hundreds of investigational hours and therefore substantial amounts of money. So looking at this financially, just to give you an example of some of our major investigations that we've carried over the years, in 2016 we had a murder investigation in Dawson Creek, over $54,000 just in overtime costs. So that's just to staff the investigators. 2017 we had a forcible confinement attempt murder investigation, $75,000 in overtime costs. That same year we had a chop shop investigation, $127,000 in overtime costs. So we're looking at about $250,000 just that year in overtime costs to staff those investigations. 2018 we had an attempt murder investigation, $61,000 in overtime costs. So when I'm saying major investigations, they're major investigations, heavily resourced, lots of money into them. The one problem that Williams Lake RCMP identified is identifying sources of power for the cameras. They informed that BC Highways and BC Hydro has been somewhat resistant in allowing cameras to be mounted on their poles or drawing power from their poles. So cameras have only been mounted on city-owned property and city-owned hydro poles. Some unique solutions have involved some of the cameras utilizing solar power, requiring them to be off during the day and charging, and then operating at night. Does that answer your questions that you had for cameras?
Councillor Dober?
Thank you for the info. Is it, in Williams Lake, has there been a decrease in like their crime and stuff since the cameras have been put in, or do they say?
I don't believe there's been any kind of decrease in crime, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Javekov?
So I didn't hear all of what you said there. I was just wondering, is there any areas that you've identified in Dawson Creek that would be beneficial to have cameras there?
I don't think cameras are going to assist us with our everyday crime. It's where they're going to be beneficial is our major crimes, in which we have to put many, many hours into investigation to try and piece it all together. Community safety cameras would help in those instances on high traffic or areas of congestion, so our main highways probably.
Councillor Dober?
So for like an example, if there was an auto theft, that would be something you could just go look at the cameras right away if it happened to be in that area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which would save you
Get
plenty
the
of
direction
time.
of travel. So let's presume, say, towards Alberta, at least we could send it right away to Alberta to let them know this vehicle's headed your way.
Councillor, go ahead.
Are those costs then attributed to the city or to the province? The heavy investigation costs, for example, with the vehicle on the highway?
For the investigations and the files that I quoted you, it depends where the crime happened. So if it happened within the city, that would be city. If it happened outside the city, it's provincial costs. So for theft of auto, if it happened outside the city limits, that would be provincial costs.
Thank you. Good information. Anything further for Damon? Any other questions, comments? Damon, thanks. Thanks for coming in this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
15.3, we have a report from our Chief Financial Officer. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't have a lot to add, only to mention about the interim audit that was completed in October, and the report was presented to Council on November 9. I mainly want to thank my team, specifically Miranda and Michelle, that did an outstanding work in dealing with the auditors, and we had a satisfied result, no major weakness or either any issue identified that was brought to our attention. So I just want to add this on this meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. Any questions? Just one, just triggered me on the kindness meters. And so can somebody provide a quick update or a status on our kindness meters for 2020 and what we're moving forward with? Who the charities are and... We have about $4 or $5 grand left in there from the TransCanada TC Energy that gave us that money, and so just...
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up on the website. The 2020 recipients are the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living and Literacy Now. There was not as many donations this year as we've seen in the past. They usually do the draw December, January for the new groups.
Okay. Yeah, obviously the facilities all being closed this year. The arena and the Calvin Crook Center, the Kimborg Aquatic Center really drove down the amount of opportunity for people to drop their change into the meters. So that was, but I just wondered about for 2021 if we haven't done anything yet. We do that draw early in 2021. Okay. Councillor Javekov?
So on the kindness meters, there's no expenses indicated on this report, but I did see an entry in the budget where there was an entry for expenses for kindness meters. Is it like non-existent or?
I will need to check. I'm not sure exactly what the expense was recognized. That for 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will need to check. I'm not sure. I will need to verify that.
I would assume that we'd have some staff time that would be allocated to collect the change that's deposited in the
normally we don't allocate it direct on this code. The hours of those that are collecting the data is kept on their regular code. I will need to check, because if it is, it was based on supplies. I will need to verify that. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Councillor Parcel?
The 2020 property tax collection, 96.45% has been collected. How does that, so there's a couple of questions. Just remind me, when would the 10% penalty kick in? I've forgotten, you know, the usual date was July, and then as part of the COVID relief plan, it was put back. What is the date?
Yeah, originally, before the COVID, it used to be 10% immediately after July 2nd. In this case, for COVID purpose, we did a 2% every month, beginning of the month, started in, if I'm not sure, August. And then we would build up 2% until December. So we will complete 10% at the beginning of the next month.
Okay, so how does this, I mean, first of all, it looks pretty good to my eyes, especially when we heard all the obviously anxious comments about how it might be, you know, 70% only or 60%, some people said, for business. But what is the normal situation? Have you got any idea? Was it normally, do we get about 98% or?
Yeah, actually at this time it would be around 98.5 at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Flavia. Anything further? Our next report, we have 15.4 from our General Manager of Community Services. Good morning.
Morning, Your Worship, members of council. Just a quick update. The Ken Arena, we made some good progress last week. It's been painted, the lines are in, the logos are in. I'm not sure the thickness of the ice, but it is our intent to have that facility in use, subject to any COVID-19 changes in the regulations. Have it available, ready to use by the end of this week, early next week. In terms of our fire department this year, certainly it's been a challenge for the fire department, again, with COVID restrictions to go out and really promote public safety. But staff have been working with teachers in the school districts and have received good support to get information out, also using our social media to promote such things as Fire Prevention Week. In terms of equipment, just recently we've discovered our aerial apparatus does need some service and repairs, and so this is something that wasn't necessarily planned for. And just kind of a funny note, we had a guy in looking at the equipment and needed an appropriate space to stretch that ladder out. Didn't have to go up, but it had to go out, so worked with Dustin at the Encana and actually put that equipment into the back end of the Encana to do the service, so they're working on that. After, I think from the time I started there, that airport crash truck has been a bit of a discussion piece, and Deputy Chief was able to ink a deal, and we sold that truck for $10,000 to a local farmer rather, I believe from the Chetwynd area. You're probably aware, on or about September 12th, 13th, there was a break-in out near the airport. They got into a number of different facilities, including our fire training center, and there was a number of equipment that was stolen. Most of it was actually recovered, other than a gas-powered hydraulic pump, and unfortunately it was a pretty an older piece of equipment. Staff were able to finally found a second-hand replacement through KGC Fire Rescue, and actually paid $8,500 at the sole source, that piece of equipment, but we're able to replace it. Pretty significant in that during the winter months, particularly that equipment is used when we have often multiple simultaneous events taking place. In terms of meetings, Chief has participated throughout the summer in EOC conference calls, COVID-19 updates, as well as flooding updates. chief and deputy have had some productive meetings with the PRRD regarding our district expansion. And I'm led to believe that there'll also be some information coming forward to council regarding potential contributions, further contributions to our training center. So stay tuned for that. A fair amount of turnover or changes at the department that you're all aware of. Our new captain, Marcel Capel, has now been in his position almost a month. I believe, although not without challenges, that he's fitting in well, and when I've spoken to him, he's pretty excited about the opportunity. We have a new career firefighter, Brendan Lazenchuk, was hired and is on his 4-week training period at this point, and will be working on B shift toward the end of this month. In terms of joint occupational health and safety, the Central Committee has now completed a review of the city's working loan program and have initiated a new system which has GPS capabilities. Managers are at present completing risk assessments for each of the work sites, and we'll implement that system rather quickly, I believe, here. City's JOSH committees have now completed the annual legislated evaluation of all their work sites and have set some goals for the 2021 year based on this year's performance. We've had a number of staff training opportunities take place recently. In terms of programs activities, we've completed our audiometric testing. I'm not sure how many of you had the opportunity to get a flu shot, but that's taken place. And our safety committee has done some pretty good work in terms of keeping our staff aware of COVID-19 updates and the challenges that we're all facing. We did have a consultant in the city earlier this year to conduct a core certificate of recognition readiness assessment, which is something we've been working toward for some time now. The report from that consultant suggests that we are well positioned to achieve core certification, and we hope to do that as early as next year. Our classification unit, this is WorkSafe BC rate information. The base rate has gone up to 2.6% from 2.19 in 2020, and basically that increase is as a result of industry standard reports and incidences in this type of business. However, the upside in that particular situation is that our experience rating discount is 28.8% based on our claims history, and that is up from last year, so we are certainly trending in the right direction. And Your Worship, I think I'll leave it at that for this moment.
Thank you, Ross. Councillor Parslow.
Ross, where did the new fire person come from?
Through Your Worship, thank you. The most recent fire person...
Dustin, the recent hire, yes.
Yes, came from our own community.
Okay.
And actually participated in the selection process for the previous hire, who did come from outside of the community. So we had current information and had interviewed through that process.
Was he a volunteer firefighter?
Correct.
And I mean, it's good news, by the way, around this rating stuff. I mean, you can save a lot of money with good safety record and procedures. That's great.
Perfect. Thank you. Further comments, questions for Ross? Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. That's people being able to be safe and healthy and come to work is what everybody should expect, and that's really a great, I think, bit of information for us, so good job. Thank you, Ross. And 15.5, we have a report from our General Manager of Development Services. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. So I've got a couple things I'll touch on, and then I've got Nick and Catherine are going to do a presentation on some new flood mapping regulations that we want to propose, and just opportunity to kind of run some of that past council before it just shows up in a bylaw amendment. So it's just that opportunity to have a bit of a discussion. So I'll start with a couple of items. Sewer master plan update. I'm hoping that as early as this week, I'll have some more information from KWL and some cost estimates on some potential solutions moving forward on some of our problem areas with the sanitary sewer system. As soon as I get that information, I will bring that to council and provide a bit of an update, not only for council, but for the public as well. We did have a bit of a discussion earlier on banners for the downtown, and I thought it was an opportune time to bring that to council and see any thoughts that they may have on how we want to move forward. As Blair had pointed out, we don't have any budget for any new banners in 2020, and we don't believe, or I don't believe as staff, I want to be the one to pick banners for the community, moving forward. So I'm trying to think of maybe some ways that we could engage community members, maybe people in the Art Society somewhere. I'm leaving that up to council, obviously, to see if there's a way that maybe we could look at developing or coming up with some method of getting some new banners for the community. And then we could look, once that's finalized, we could look to budget, into the future for those. So just looking for some thoughts and ideas on that. Other item I wanted to touch base quickly on is 102nd Avenue Bridge. I came to the last meeting, I think it was, and we chatted about the grant opportunity as well as the cost for the design, or potential cost for construction of the bridge and so on. We've been working with the consultants, and something that's kind of come out of the discussion is originally led to believe that we could only, or it would only make sense to design the bridge to what is considered a 1 in 50 year event, or a 2% event. Through further discussions, they've indicated to me that it's certainly an opportunity we could design that bridge to a 1 in 200 or a 0.5% AEP. So there's a couple things that advantages, disadvantages for this. Obviously, advantages is if we design to a 1 in 200, I believe it increases our opportunities with grants, as that is the engineering standards for all crossings is 1 in 200, as well as that ensures that during any event 1 in 200 or less, we're not going to have water overtopping that crossing at 102. So that's going to theoretically make sure that we maintain access to those homes at the end of 102nd Avenue. The only disadvantage potentially of that is in order to do that, we're going to have to raise that bridge deck about 1.5 meters. So that means the road is, you're going to come down 102nd, you'd have to drive up and over top of the bridge. We've got driveways on either side of that, so there might be some conflict with that we'd have to look at. I think it's doable, and I think we should, professionally, my opinion is I think if we have the opportunity to do that, we should design to the engineering standard of 1 in 200. Of course, because we're raising the deck, there's some additional costs that come with that. So that's something that we're exploring here, and I know that we're in committee of the whole and there's no resolutions that come out of here, but if there's any discussion or questions on that, I think it's worth having that at this time.
Thanks, Kevin. Council? Question, Councillor Parslow?
So the 1 in 200, I thought you were training me to go to the percentage, Kevin.
0.5.
That's a 0.5%?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's seems to me highly desirable from what I know at this point to try to do. I mean, you're going to spend 4 million, let's say, and it means you spend 4.25. I would be leaning very favourably towards the 0.5% infrastructure.
So two comments to me, and I don't understand it, but if we go to the 0.5 and the elevation then of the bridge would be much higher than that 1 in 5 or that 0.5 that of area around that would then be or could be underwater as a result of an event, and it may be the bridge the only thing above water.
Yeah, through your worship, that's potentially, that is potential, although what we were shown in the designs of the current concepts with that, that it looked like the flows would be maintained right at the top of the road currently, if we designed it. So that tells me that if we raise that, it should contain it within that park space to the north and allow those flows to go under. So again, it's all conceptual in its design, but it appears that it would maintain the road access. The concern I have is on the other side, right at the intersection of 17th and 102, because it's a little bit lower, and depending what's happening up on 17th at that lower bridge, there may be some water in that area.
Right.
Again, if we have a 1 in 200, 0.5% AEP storm, we've got some pretty big issues obviously occurring. I'm just looking at it as we've got that opportunity now. We're going to build this. Should we be building it to that engineering standard and B, what we can while we're doing it? Now is the time to do it if we're going to.
Kevin, if council gives the direction and agrees to move forward with the 102nd crossing and their capital budgeting process, one of the things every year we seem to experience is, and if we anticipate that we are going to move forward with the replacement of that, could we provide within there as part of the tender to say, look, if we experience in the spring freshet an opportunity that starts to create that back, that we have the ability to pull them out early, like pull the culverts out to open the crossing up and ready for the project? And could you, and I guess the question would be how much of it do you pull out, and that you only know that based on the design. But I'm just thinking, if in spring we always usually end up with some kind of an event, and sometimes it's as a result of some of that blockage. Could we do that?
So through your worship, yes, the short answer is yes, you could. I'd have to look at what the implications of that are, and there would be some cost attached to just opening that up, but that theoretically might save some cost on the construction side. So it's something that you could prepare for. Yeah. If we wanted to.
I guess it was just something to me that if we're in the engineering stage, go out and say, look, if we had to, in the event of an emergency, pull it out, and if we're anticipating we're going to build a new crossing, let's if we ended up we had to pull it out early, could we do that, and should that be part of the planning process? Reduce minimize the impact to the businesses and folks around there if we had the opportunity to pull that out of there. Yeah. Just a thought.
Yes.
I was just doing some thinking.
Wasn't bad thinking.
Further, Blair?
Your Worship, just for clarity, and I think, Kevin, the numbers would be quite preliminary at this point, but my understanding is from the decision the council has made to move forward with to the discussion we've just had to possibly entertaining the 1 in 200, it would be in the $1 million+ range increase to accomplish that. Is that not some preliminary numbers I'd heard?
Yes, I was just going to dig that up, but my understanding is there is significant increase in cost, upwards of that $1 million. Again, it's got a pretty significant contingency attached to it, but those costs are driven by, you have obviously the decks up higher, which means you've got more end walls to build. You've also got the approaches, which is about 30 to 40 meters on each side of the bridge that have to be transitioned. So you've got more roadworks, more earthworks, more like that. So that does drive the cost.
Part of the build as well, Kevin, could we develop and design it in such a way that in behind Ross's Peace Country Automotive and to the north side of the bank as well, where those properties tend to be. Could we berm that a little bit to provide that entrance, a little bit of transition into the bridge, into the creek? Because that seems to be where it all of a sudden starts to cause the issues, right? And just to kind of minimize the impact of that right there in that
Right.
area.
So part of the design that we've looked at so far does include some shaping and deepening and widening of that throat of the creek as it's coming into the crossing. So that is part of it for sure.
Awesome. Thank you. For Councillor Giveco?
So, the 1 in 200 year flood, is the 10th Street Bridge designed for that?
Yes.
And I know the bridge that the Oilman's put in Kin Park is designed for that. But I'm just wondering, because of the elevations there, if you had a 1 in 200 year flood, the water would be spilling over the banks back on the other side of 17th. And I looked at it the other day. It looks to me like the elevation down at Legacy Market is lower. So if you have the water spilling over there and you've got water coming down 17th, you'd have half the town flooded down there. You know, like 15th Street, I don't think is 1 in 200 year flood, is it? Or is it?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah. So everything that we've done in recent years is to that standard. And so I agree that we still may have issues, and we will have issues if we have a storm of that event. But over time, if we incrementally build these crossings to that standard, eventually we will limit as much as we can. And that's really what I'm going to. By doing this is not going to solve all our problems, but it's just one more step in that direction.
So I don't see the cost. It'll be an increased cost, but the span will be the same. So all you're doing is developing approaches on either end, which is basically hauling in fill, compacting it, and repaving it, which you'd have to do some of that anyways. So it's definitely worth considering.
Yeah, I agree, and I think outside of just the approaches, the wing walls and the end walls of the channel itself have to be increased because you're raising everything, so that does add to it, and that work, it does add up. But again, it's got a pretty healthy contingency in it, but until you actually go out and finish the design and go to tender, you don't really know what those numbers are.
Like pilings would be, a little bit longer, but that's about it.
Yep.
Councillor Dober, then Councillor Earl.
Just a couple things. One, you said there's potentially more grants available if you do the 1 in 200?
Yeah, so typically because that's the engineering standard, anything that you put forward in grants, they want to make sure that you're meeting those standards. So I believe that potentially opens up or makes us eligible for grants that exist that maybe we wouldn't be eligible for. And I say maybe. When you go to that standard, you know that at least you're meeting that criteria.
Okay. And my other thing is if like all of our other bridges that we've built are 1 in 200, why would we get a quote on something different to begin with?
That's exactly the question.
So this one, when we were going through the flood mapping and doing that update, we were told by some of the consultants was that there was no point in going to a 1 in 200 or a 0.5% level because it wouldn't make any difference. It wouldn't actually improve the flow characteristics or change the flood levels. So that's when we went out for tender with this design services for this crossing at this time, we specified the 1 in 50 year. And as we've talked with these consultants, and they do a lot of this work and went through a number of things with them, they certainly believe, yes, there is an opportunity to go to this higher level, and it will make things, will improve the situation. So when we understood that, we certainly believe it's worth exploring and that we should go down that road, if at all possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Earl, then Councillor Parsel.
No, Councillor Dober covered up.
Councillor Parsel.
Darcy just asked the same question I was going to ask. So.
Thank you. Must have been a good
That's
question.
Twice now. Twice now you've done that.
Keep it track.
Thank you. Kevin?
So this is a great segue into our next little piece, which is our floodplain mapping, which is going to bring some images to what we're just talking about. So I'll let Nick and Catherine go through that. We'll get set up and go from there.
Thanks, Nick.
While we're getting set up, I just have a quick question.
Go ahead, Shaylee.
Just regarding the flags, through you to Kevin. Kevin, if you could email me the number of flags that we have with poles within the city for flags, and then how many were grads. Just so that I can get a price quote with the chamber for looking at maybe some shop logo marketing initiatives that we could replace the existing flags with. That I would appreciate that. And then the other thing I just wanted to touch base on in Kevin's report, under bylaws for the Aubert program, audits did stop for the recycle bins on October 2nd. The program's still in place, the funding's still there. Where we ran into a problem was the verbal abuse that the recycle bin checkers went through by some members of the community. So we are currently putting our next group through some customer service courses and how to deal with those types of situations, and reaching out to volunteers in the community to go with them that are maybe a little bit older. So unfortunately, a couple bad apples made the youth that were doing the program a little uncomfortable on how they were being treated. So I just want to update that the program's still going. We're just going to beef it up a little bit and make it so that those that are checking bins feel a little more comfortable.
Thank you, Shaylee. And Kevin, we'll get Kevin to get you that information.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciated.
Floor is yours.
Hey. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Welcome. So Catherine and I will be doing a presentation today on the new flood mapping layers that we've received and the regulations that will be going into the zoning bylaw and official community plan. So I will let Catherine start off with the first couple of slides here.
Good morning. As you're all well aware, the city's flood mapping and modeling was updated this year. Recommendations from this report were to improve structural and non-structural mitigation measures. So this work focuses on the non-structural measures that fall within the guiding principles of the OCP as part of the land use policies and hazard and risk reduction sections. Using the updated 0.5% AEP flood extent, so the 1 in 200, we've updated regulatory maps, policies, and the natural hazard DPA. These updates provide the city staff with the tools to advise and enforce on any new development in the floodplain. And this image on the right there is an example of a proposed development in the natural hazard DPA. So in terms of flood mapping implementation, floods are damaging where valuable assets are exposed to flood hazards. Severity of impacts is dependent on the vulnerability of that asset, and a reduction in exposure or vulnerability reduces risk. So essentially, zoning is a measure to reduce exposure, and we are proposing a 3-zone approach on the floodplain. And flood construction levels, or FCLs, and also development permit areas, natural hazard development permit areas, are a means to manage vulnerability. So if you're looking at the risk triangle, the hazard is the flood, and by reducing either vulnerability or exposure, you also reduce risk.
Okay, so I'm going to get into a little bit here about what the floodplain consists of. So there are 3 different floodplain areas that I'm going to be talking about. So the first area is the floodway. So this appears as dark blue on the map, and I'll get into that in a minute. So this is the area that is subject to floodwaters greater than a depth of 1 meter based on the 0.5% AEP. We then have the flood fringe, And this is areas that are subject to floodwaters less than the depth of the 1 meter based on that 0.5% AEP. So then if we talk about the freeboard, so if we talk about freeboard as what does that mean? So a freeboard is a vertical distance which is added to the water levels, and this is as a safety margin. It accounts for uncertainties in the calculation and localized increases in water levels. So we use a freeboard of 0.6 meters above the 0.5% AEP flood level. Also worth noting is we have what's called the freeboard area. So the freeboard area is required to be shown on the map, and this is the area that technically has a flood depth of 0 meters, but which may be subject to those localized increases up to 0.6 meters in depth. And in the city, we have the one freeboard area in the industrial area there on the map, which is influenced by flooding at Ski Hill Creek.
Yeah, just for clarity, that area there that's shown on the map would be around 116th, 115th, east of 8th Street. So when they ran the model, as Nick pointed out, Ski Hill Creek, potentially, if that was to overflow in a large event, this water would essentially run through the soccer park area and come down to those that industrial area.
So this is what our floodplain map looks like. You've been given a copy of this, and it's on the wall over there. So this is will be Schedule C to the zoning bylaw. So this is our regulatory floodplain map. As you can see, there are the 3 different colors on this map, which represent the 3 different layers of the floodplain. So we have the floodway, which is the dark blue area that's over the 1 meter in depth. We have the flood fringe, is the light blue under 1 meter in depth, and then we have that freeboard area as well. So I've run some statistics using the GIS on what type of properties are affected by these different areas. So if we look at the floodway, which is again those deeper areas that have the highest risk, the good news is most of this area, most of the land area is actually in a parkland use. So that means that there are actually less properties and buildings that are affected. We only have 2 buildings in our building footprint layer that are currently within the floodway, the dark blue area, and these are actually non-habitable buildings currently, sort of what we believe to be a shed and the Rotary Lake pump house. So if we look at the statistics within the flood fringe, the light blue areas, we have 207 parcels and 61 buildings within this area. So there's a greater mix of land uses within this area, including some park and industrial and commercial, I believe. And then if we look at the freeboard area, so again, this is that green area on the map. This, unsurprisingly, is pretty much entirely industrial area, which contains 122 parcels and 43 buildings.
So we provided the definitions of creek bank and erosion hazard, and they're important because these areas play into the flood control requirements in the bylaws. So the City of Dawson Creek has defined creek bank as the terrain alongside the bed of the creek consisting of the sides of the channel between which the flow is confined. For the purpose of the natural hazard DPA boundaries, the creek bank encompasses a 15-meter buffer. And then for erosion hazard, that is the area any area that is at high risk for riverine hazards. So it's the projected channel mitigation zone and avulsion location. So this map here, the yellow shows the 15-meter buffer, and it's just like an overview right now. And we'll go to the next one.
So this map here will be the Schedule D to the zoning bylaw, which is another one of those regulatory maps, and I'll get into what those regulations are. are later on in the presentation.
So here we've zoomed into what you could consider the Willowbrook area in the bottom left there. And you'll see that the yellow line it has different thicknesses. Gone ahead and included some of the oxbows in the area also. And then the red banana areas, those are the erosion hazard areas, and they were identified by Palmer in the Edgewater report, the flood mapping modeling report, as having high susceptibility to erosion. And so in those areas, there would have to be an adequate setback for any development.
Okay, so the next concept I'm going to talk about is the flood construction level. So what the flood construction level is this is an elevation which basically represents the minimum elevation of the lowest point of a floor system if you are going to build within the floodplain. So our flood construction level basically is the sum of the 0.5% AEP flood level plus that 0.6 meter freeboard to account for any uncertainties. So if you look at the flood construction level map, we received flood construction level lines which are at various points across the city from the consultant, and I created polygons in between these lines for reference purposes, basically to try and assign a flood construction level to an area in between the lines, which we need to know. But it's worth noting that anything that's sort of in between the lines is the exact flood construction level will be determined based on where the precise location where somebody's building, because it can vary basically. So we have the flood construction level map here. So as you can see, we were given the flood construction level lines which have specific elevations on them, and the polygons were created in between the lines and assigned the higher value. So whichever line had the higher value was assigned to that polygon. But again, we put a disclaimer on this map that it really is sort of for reference purposes, because the exact flood construction level, you know, we have those layers and we can determine what it is at a specific point for a specific development. And just to zoom in here, this is just one area you can see sort of how the different polygons were created between the flood construction level lines that we were given. So now we'll get into the actual regulations that we're going to be putting into the zoning bylaw for our flood control requirements. So this section is currently in our zoning bylaw, but of course we have updated it to reflect the new information that we received and the new maps that were created. So basically, what the first point says is that you cannot build anything or reconstruct anything based on the following. So you cannot construct anything within 15-meter buffer from Dawson Creek or within the floodway, which is again that dark blue area shown on Schedule C. Within the flood fringe area, so the light blue area, the underside of the floor system of your building must meet those flood construction levels. And of course, the exact flood construction level will be determined through consultation with staff. Going onwards, so
if I can just ask a question on A. Within 15 meters of the natural boundary of Dawson Creek or within 0.5% of the AAP floodway, should it say that within 15 meters of the natural boundary of the Dawson Creek rather than of Dawson Creek? Because Dawson Creek is the city of Dawson Creek and within the boundary.
Yes, I can certainly change that. I think that was copied from the current zoning bylaw, but I can definitely change that wording. Yeah.
Thank you.
So moving on to the freeboard area, the area in green. So we don't want to put too many restrictions on this area. So what we've basically written is that you can develop at the normal elevation on the site. You don't have to raise anything up so long as the structures are not used for human habitation. We recommend, of course, that any goods of significant value that could be damaged by that freeboard be placed at least 0.6 meters off the ground, and any structures used for human habitation must be above that 0.6 meters. Furthermore, no development is to occur within the erosion hazard zones, those red bananas on the map, or within the creek bank area, the yellow area on Schedule D. And then furthermore, so 5.32 again was copied from the current zoning bylaw, basically says that if you do use landfill to achieve those flood construction levels or that elevation you need, that it cannot be within the setback, so within the 15 meters of the creek basically, or within the creek bank, and that it shall be adequately protected from floodwaters. And then finally, we've just added a disclaimer that basically lets people know that, you know, by developing in the floodplain, they are aware of all of the risk, and the city, you know, is not liable for their choice to develop in that area.
Charlie, you had a question?
Yes. So, if somebody, what about pre-existing structures? What's the position that's been put forward about dealing with them?
Yes, so buildings that currently exist within the floodplain, we know, for example, that there's only 2 within the floodway, so there's not a lot of buildings that are impacted by that. There are a few more within the flood fringe area. So those buildings, of course, can continue to exist there, but basically they could not be necessarily reconstructed in the same place, or if they were reconstructed, they would have to basically be raised off the ground. They would have to meet that flood construction level. They would have to meet those setbacks if any new buildings on those properties were to be built or reconstructed.
Go ahead.
So just supplementary to that then, would there be any issues around for the city to wrestle with, if this was enacted for the devaluation of property owned by a property owner?
So in terms of the value of the properties, the one thing that's very important to note is that the floodplain has always existed, or it's existed for a long time. You know, we currently have a floodplain in the zoning bylaw. We've had one in previous zoning bylaws, previous OCPs. So really the extent of the floodplain itself is, yes, the new one is a little bit different, but if anything, it's actually less than the old ones. So the amount of property that's being affected is not changing greatly. So we're making people aware of the risk on their property, but the fact of the matter is the risk is not new. There are currently regulations for developing in the floodplain, and there currently exists properties in the floodplain. So technically speaking, if those properties are going to be devalued because of that, they should already be devalued because of that, because it's not changing the risk.
Thank you.
So the next thing to talk about is the natural hazards development permit area. So the natural hazard DPA is within the OCP. We created a new one, of course, based on the new floodplain. So the new natural hazards DPA was created by taking the current extent of the natural hazard DPA and incorporating the new floodplain within that. We've also added some steep slope areas, and we've adjusted a few specific properties and areas based on our local knowledge of what areas flood. So within the natural hazard DPA, a development permit is required, and this is basically to ensure that the development occurs on the least hazardous area of the property and that it does comply with all of those zoning regulations. So here we have sort of a concept map of the natural hazards DPA. It's important to note that this map does not stand alone as shown here. This map is incorporated into Schedule J, which is the development permit areas map of the OCP. So that is what we will be updating for the official community plan. And then so finally, the next steps in this process So we'll be bringing a report to council with all of these OCP zoning amendments and the new maps. During the adoption process, we'll be holding some information sessions for the affected property owners and another one for realtors and insurers to notify them about the changes and gather their comments. Of course, we'll also be posting a general public notification on the website and Facebook, and we'll be holding the general public hearing, which is required for the OCP and zoning bylaw amendments. And are there any questions?
Good job, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, very good job. The issue, maybe question isn't more to you, Nick. I don't think it's more to Kevin here, but just deal with it any way you want, of course. You've identified some. I think I'm colourblind, but I think you said they were red. They're erosion
Hazard
points. So, are they? What are the plans for those? Are we going to armour those, or what are we going to do? Or we just let nature deal with it, or?
So this process is really about identifying those hazards and ensuring that when we are going through that development permit process and that they're identified, that we know we have that, and that we can ensure that no one is planning on any construction or anything in those areas. Beyond that, we don't have any plans on dealing with them in any other manner.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Jabecka?
So, in the natural hazard development permit area, does that just mean that you have to have some engineering done on your building design, like foundations and that type of thing, or?
The natural hazard development permit area means that you need to apply for development permit. So basically, depending on the area, it's worth noting the natural hazard DPA does of course include the floodplain, and so those restrictions would apply if you're in the floodplain. If you're not potentially in the floodplain, but you're in the natural hazard DPA, depending on the level of risk, staff could ask for sort of geotechnical reports. Under Local Government Act, the designation of hazardous development permit areas allows the city to ask for different types of things, such as geotechnical reports, if we think it's necessary.
Thank you. Blair?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Nick, just you and I have dealt with an individual case, as far as the floodplain. Is there any impact to any home? And an example would be if a home burned down, for example, in one of these areas. I know that, the work we've done together, I found out was that it could be redeveloped on that site, but it would have to be moved, so it was outside of that area. So a bit of a challenge, but still doable for the homeowner. Are there any locations where, for instance, if a home burned down or a building in this area, that it would not be allowed to be replaced as a result of what we're talking about here?
Not that I know of. I'd have to look specifically at all of the buildings on the map for that. But basically, we've only noted 2 buildings in the floodway area. The one property that we talked about was a bit of a interesting case because part of the building was in the creek bank area, so within that 15-meter buffer. So there could be a couple of buildings, a couple of houses that might they might not be in the floodway, but they might be within the creek bank or the erosion hazard area. There's very few of them, though, I imagine.
I asked that question, it should be for council. I mean, I think we should get that information as we go through this so that, heaven forbid, something does happen to that. We could, through a decision of council, then affect somebody's assets tremendously, is what I'm trying to get at here. So if all of a sudden somebody was in that position and they couldn't replace the building, I just think we need to be aware of that.
Yeah, for sure. Councillor Jabecka?
So that 15 meters, is that arbitrary or is that a provincial regulation?
Yes, so the 15-meter buffer from the creek is a minimum provincial regulation. In certain cases, the province recommends 30 meters. The 15 meters we've used because we don't want to be too restrictive, and because we do also have, the 3-layer floodplain. So the 15 meters in combination with the floodplain and the erosion hazard zones gives us sort of a complete picture of the areas that cannot be developed in, and that 15 meters is a minimum.
So how is that measured? I mean, we've got areas on the creek that high water mark can be 200 yards from the creek. Like how do you determine?
It's usually from the bank pool, which is 1 and 2 year event.
Yeah, the other thing I'll note on the map especially is the creek bank area, which is shown in yellow on the map. That includes a 15-meter buffer from the creek layer. So it's a layer in the GIS, and it's a GIS process that creates the 15-meter buffer. So it's not necessarily 100% accurate, but it is kind of the best that we can do with the computer technology to show on a map.
So is there some consistency to how you deal with it and how the next guy will deal with it, like when it comes to determining where that 15 meters goes to, from and to?
Yeah, so I would imagine that most places that do a buffer on a waterway, I mean, if they use a GIS, which I'm assuming most of them do, it's the same process in the GIS to create the 15-meter buffer. So it's whatever the extent of the waterway is in the GIS, it creates a buffer within the same process for everybody, basically. So all of the layers in the GIS are sort of compatible in that way. So if there's an error in one, then the error kind of extends to the next one in a sense. So it is sort of standardized.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Catherine, that was great. Really good work. And so we appreciate you giving council an update today on it, and look forward to the evolution of building a model and a process. Thank you. So that's Committee of the Whole. Anybody, any other comments before we recess? So we're going to, at this point, recess the open. I'm not going to adjourn it because we're going to go into strat planning, and then we're going back into budget this afternoon. Brenda?
Through your worship.
Yeah, I guess we can adjourn.
Pardon me?
What?
Yeah, I was of the understanding we were going to discuss budget before, at this point?
Certainly.
At the end of the open meeting?
Yep. So right after lunch, we'll go right into the open and continue on with the budget.
Okay.
Darcy?
Just one thing, I don't know if this is the time or not. I was just thinking a little bit about the COVID stuff that we were talking about earlier, and then like the plexiglass in here. I know the format in here is going to be changing, but should we consider like getting it done a little more proper in here, so like the delegates have plexiglass and like Kevin and Ross have plexiglass, because when they're talking, their masks aren't doing anything anyways, but just so it's a little bit more comfortable for everybody and you can hear and fair to everybody.
Yeah. Blair?
Yeah, as a result of the changes that are forthcoming, it made little sense to actually have it put in and then for one meeting and then come back. So that is all taken into consideration with the development of the new layout.
Okay. Thank you.
Brenda?
I did take advantage, well, not advantage, but I did order lunch because of the delay of the meeting.
Okay.
So that is scheduled for 12:30. So I don't know how long of a budget discussion.
That's really
throwing it
going to
out
be
there
up to
at
each
you.
individual council.
I would expect for sure we're going to be 2 or 3 hours. I would expect.
Okay.
To begin.
You just jinxed us.
I'm sorry, yes,
today
I
it's
did.
today it's going to be for sure. I would assume we're going to have some healthy discussion about it.
We have a new councillor,
Yeah.
have tons of questions.
I would anticipate the budget is a fairly significant document. It's our draft one. It's the first attempt to set the standard for what council sees happening in 2021, so I would agree, Your Worship.
Yeah.
I think it'll be sometimes. If lunch isn't here until 12:30, we may be able to adjourn, go in camera, wrap up some of that, or continue on however you would like, if you would so choose at this point.
We've been an hour and a half. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute recess, and then I think we'll maybe we'll go to close and get as much of that done, and then that gives Josh the opportunity to come back into for the afternoon. And then we'll finish the day off with the strat planning.
All right.
Okay, so we'll take it from the regular meeting of council, and we're going to reconvene back into our open agenda. And the item we deferred till this afternoon was item 7.2, report number 20-211 from the Chief Financial Officer on the draft budget report. And so I think maybe a starting point, obviously, we can begin to receive for discussion, and then allow Flavia to walk through the report, and then we'll carry from there and open it up and begin to have some deliberations and discussions. And Brenda will tell me if I'm allowed to do that or not first before we do that.
Through your worship, it has already been
Oh, it was received for discussion.
So we can just carry on.
Good. So with that, the report has been received for discussion, so I'll turn it over to Flavia, and Flavia, you can walk us through your 328 pages.
Good afternoon. So I will provide a summary of the report, and then I'll be welcome to questions. Mainly the first part of the report, an introduction about the expectations about the balanced budget. And then I bring something new because of the current condition, which is the whole aspect of the COVID, and how we need to use a different approach, how we are used to work on. I'm sorry, but my report disappeared from my screen.
So, but it's okay if I refer to this document?
Yes, you definitely can. So we provided the report with a 33-page, and the attachment is mainly what was provided in the booklet. The booklet is divided between operational information, taxes, and then also the capital, current and carry forward. Just want to address the COVID-19 and current economic uncertainty. Again, because we are in the early stage of the preparation of the budget, and again, the whole unknown circumstances of the economy and the factors, if we're gonna be closing facilities or not next year. So it's pretty much like not to, the uncertainty is pretty high at this level. So I need to apply a conservative approach. And then when I mean a conservative approach, I tried to use as less revenue as I could, and then I would use the high expenditure, which means a full working facilities and operating, to try to compensate this impact. I also dedicated a portion of the report to the Save and Restart grant. At the moment when I wrote this report, we didn't have the grant deposit. They just deposited at the end of last week, so now the money is available for us. They are very specific where you can use it. And I did address at the end of the report how much we lost in revenue just this year, right? Which is exceed already the grant that they provide to us. The overall, in the first pages of the report, I share about the municipal taxes and the 4 alternative present. The basis for the calculation, I used the bare minimum, what would be necessary to balance our budget. Of course, then when you see alternative A, I kept the rates that were original 2021 before COVID in our first 5 years approved by law. I use those rates. Alternative D, I use the rates that was approved for 2020 before the reduction of COVID. So if we would start at that point, that would be the impact. And I also showed a mix of a 3.5 and 4% increase in different classes. So that just to show, and how much would be generating revenue extra and how that could be used against PRA, against reserves, as we usually do. I also consider in the calculation suggested here any market change reduction. We would create a policy, and in this policy, the market change reduction should not be affecting the calculation, which means that we would bring the market reduction back to the calculation and adjust the mill rate. So that's the impact showing here. I discussed about different sources of revenue. One of them that was drastically affected and reduced was the BC gaming. Normally we have about 500,000 that we get, 500, 600. But again, because facility closure, there's not clear date when they're going to start again, 2021. So I am assuming only the last quarter of 2021 in operation. So this is reflected in this budget. Talk about PRA. We also used a conservative approach, only 15.1 million. Last year we did receive 15.45. There is expectation we may get something in this range, but we also had historical situation where it dropped drastically. So in this case, I also applied a conservative approach, 15.1, with a 40% allocation to capital before equipment pool. I did introduce here on this report how we present and what the province expected for PRA allocation. Council has their own methodology. Right now approved 70% would be allocated within 10 years to capital, and the remaining 30% would be covering operation and debt servicing. So in the report to the province, one of the points that they emphasize that we want to be sure that at least 80% is in the bubble of capital and asset management. And asset management means maintenance of the road. So some of our operational expenses for transport actually tops on that. So that's why I say when we present the numbers in October 2020 for a projection of 2021, it's around 86% under the requirement of the province, not necessary council's decision. I do present a suggestion about user fees, and specifically for waste service. We did have a renewing contract back in June, July, which had a significant reduction compared to the original contract that we had. Waste service was one of the COVID relief strategy where we reduced it about 30% by using a reserve that we had, and it's working properly and fine for 2020. But for 2021, considering these savings of this contract, there is an opportunity of reducing the original rate of 24 to 20.50. And that would be a 17% reduction. That would still keep us in balanced on the funds of waste, and we would not need to use reserves. So that would be, we would not operate in deficit, but would be in necessary surplus to cover. We talk about the overall spending. We break down per type of services. We break down per functional, salaries, contracts. We give a pretty much detailed information on the package, summarized in per department, giving the trend of the last 5 years. You're gonna see a significant amount of reduction in the house of 872,000, and mainly big portion of this is dedicated to the strategic meetings that council had in the last couple of months, and the managers came with specific suggestions about reduction 15% in a specific area. So all this has been reflected and pointed out in the report. And we do also shows here what was during those strategic meetings, the items that were considered for reduction, which was around 801,000. One new item here, when I'm talking about capital projects, again, we laid out all the discussions and analysis management put together. We have a summary on the binder. One item that came pretty recently in the last 2 months was the 4.5 million of the 102 Avenue, the bridge for the flood mitigation. We did manage to find funds for that without needing of borrowing if it stay at the level of 4.5. And that would be a breakdown of using the full flood mitigation, including the portion of next year, which is 500,000. So we would have 2 million available to use for this project. We also had the gas tax that we got a double portion last year that we can use for flood mitigation. So we would be using that remaining, and a portion of that of the bridge can be used against PRA capital. So we would be in a safe spot here of no need for borrowing if the project stay at 4.5. Anything above that, then we definitely need to discuss about borrowing. I bring to the table also one of the biggest concerns that had been in discussions is about the local service areas. And of course, Kevin can jump anytime. But we have a historical of some projects being postponed because it is related to the decision of the owners of that area. By postponing the projects because there is a decision that it's not needed for now, the price keep increasing when it's the time to put the hands on the project. We did analysis in other locations. How do they work? Some of them, they don't have a local service area. They mainly have the increase embedded in the mill rate instead of having a specific charge. So in this case, I'm proposing a 1.5% of all the mill rates as an increase, just dedicated to paving projects. And that would be covered, instead of going to local service area, we would be using that 1.5% only for those paving projects. And when I talk about paving projects, can be the payment of debt servicings, like the case where we are moving next year, can be for specific dedicated projects that can be identified through the years, but at least you have a fixed amount, everybody will contribute it, and it's and you know the amount is available there, because that has been one of the biggest concerns, where to find funds to build up, to pay for debt services or to pay for the project. So that's one of the suggestions I have there. I do talk about water and sewer, and pretty much it's stable. We will be able to use the current infrastructure to pay all the necessary debt services and the capital projects for the period. Talk about debt servicing, what is the impact after the approval in the last meeting about the 20 million for paving. I do show, there's a session dedicated here, what is projection in 10 years if we go for the 20 million, how much is the impact on the long-term debt, how much is the impact on the debt servicing, and how much is the impact of increasing taxes to be able to pay for that. Overall, the reserve, based on the proposed bare minimum suggestion I had for increasing in taxes, which is about 2.91% average, you still have a favorable amount sending to reserves per funds, operational capital, and operation and capital, because other reserves, there is a equipment pool is a little high for this year. That's the reason why we have a reduction. But overall, we would still send 2.5 million under this bare minimum amount without allocation of the grants, we would be able to send 2.5 million to the reserve. And other than that, I leave for here now, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Flavia.
You're welcome.
Good job.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Council.
My first question is probably one that needs to be answered in camera. I need to know what is being budgeted for wage increases for all different sectors.
So that would be an in-camera discussion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm just following what you suggest.
Yeah.
As they come up, you would rule and.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So that's. I apologize if this makes your life a little more complicated. I'm using this very fine booklet you put together, and I appreciate everything you've done to get this like this. I particularly like because I've seen your reports before, but the part that I really like better now, for me, is the abbreviated but still very thorough presentation around each capital project. And the nice colour photographs and things like that, and where the sources of money is coming from, and some of the background about it. So I think that is very, very slick. So yes, so I'm just going to go through as briefly as I can, and the mayor can tell me to shut up when he feels.
Always have the gavel.
On page 4 of 7. So this is where you have that implications section, right, in your report. Financial, and it starts off, the preview role is 75% accurate. So I had a notion that I think here, the second paragraph, which reads, applying the 2021 preview role information to the 2020 tax rates results in a decrease of 1.3% in tax revenue compared to 2020.
No, thousand.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
1.3,000.
Which 1.3?
On tab A, in tab A.
Tab A.
Thank you.
Page 4 of 7.
Thanks, Dale. Sorry. Tab A.
Page 4.
Page 4 of 7, under implications.
It's not a percent.
Sorry?
No, 1.3%. It's
1.3 thousand.
Yeah.
1,300.
13. 1,300, right? I just
So
wait.
this is on, sorry, on 3, from 15.956 to 15.957.
No, here's where it is under tab
Yes, the breakdown is actually on the page 3. This is assuming, you see, I don't have contingency here. This is a pure amount as received by.
Right. But the point I want to raise, when I circled this, and I think you said earlier, this is that really where we're looking at market changes, we will adjust the mill rate to produce the same yield, right? Is that I did hear you correct there?
Yes, and you are.
Okay, yes, fine.
Yeah.
That's where I made my first point, because I thought we had agreed upon
Yes,
that.
and we did.
Now, in next tab, A3, and just some of the data you've given us, the average residential assessment. It's not really that germane perhaps, or it might generate some discussion. But when I look at the percentage increases, the column on the right-hand side over the past 5 years, I was struck by how the two major communities in the Peace region, the figure has dropped, whereas everywhere else it's gone up.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what staff's perspective is that because we live in a petro economy and it's been flat and that's caused the assessments to go down? Because, you know, I looked at even Mackenzie, it's up 7.52%. Fort St. John's down 12.84%.
Yeah.
Dawson Creek down a modest 1.67, right? What is that saying to us about where we are relative to the economic vibrancy? What's causing that?
Yeah, there are different factors. Like if we would use, for example, Mackenzie, because we are comparing 5 years trend,
yes,
Mackenzie had a significant drop in houses back in 2008, 2009 because of the crisis that they had. So at this stage, when you are talking about 5 years, they actually build up what was lost, not necessarily because the prices of the economy, mainly because the economy improved when compared the trend of the last 10 years. When you talk about other locations, there is a question of the retiree houses. People are looking for different areas for investing in retirement. You have in this area also the influence of gas industry. When it starts to drop, it does influence by people leaving to try to find other alternatives. So you have a mix of different reasons.
That's all I have on section 8.
Thank you. Further comments, questions?
Your Worship, maybe just talking, following up on the overall discussion that Flavia put forward and on that, I think as we go through these, you'll see alternatives on the pages that, you know, we're looking for discussion on as well. The other thing that can't be forgotten is this board made a determination for the 2020 budget to not utilize the approved mill rate increase and went with 0 across the board, and further went an additional 5% reduction in the mill rate for commercial, which was a cost of about $1,003,000. So to get back, and we'll get into that if, you know, in the alternatives, to go back to where we were pre-COVID, had council left that rate and this rate in the pre-COVID discussions in our 5-year financial plan, you'd be looking at alternative A. So as we go through it, it's very key to remember the $1 million that was foregone for 2020, and then moving forward, that does change things on the 70-30 somewhat, a little bit as well, on achieving it and how we get there, and you'll note that in those graphics as well. So.
Okay, any other comments, questions on that piece?
So I'm on page B3.
Okay. Tab B, page 3.
Yeah. Where we have mill rates and we have draft 1, alternative A, alternative B, alternative C, alternative D. I believe Flavia somewhere in this report has some comments about each of those. I saw it on my computer, but I didn't see it in the book, right? So my question around with draft 1, which is your conservative approach? So when I think of cost of living, inflation, and I think about potential compensation adjustments, utilities going up, whatever, and we forego about just over $1 million. How has that COVID? How have we been able to cover the loss of the COVID revenue in this budget proposal under draft 1? Is it all from the cuts to various programs that we have been engaged with, such as, let's say, and I don't want to, I may state an incorrect figure, but let's say an average cut of 15% to many recreation programs.
That's exactly, because if you see the reduction is over 800,000, the proposal, the reductions in different areas. So when I say a conservative approach, because I use the bare minimum and I'm saying I'm going to send to reserve only about 160,000 or 106,000. So that means that if we would be using the original rate before COVID adjustment, you would be able to send another 733,000 more to reserves. But because of those savings, at least you are able to balance.
So my question is really, how does this provide us with which is the best platform to move forward in dealing with our long-term plan around the 30/70? The fragility which is ever present around whenever will there be a reopening of the Peace River Accord, other inflationary factors, our need for addressing things like roads and other infrastructure. When I looked at this, I thought alternative A would have been the recommended approach. So I'd like to hear from staff the pros and cons between draft one and alternative A.
I can start on that. So, looking at that, alternative A, had council previously not made any and jump in and correct me if I'm wrong here, Flavia, but had there been no adjustment in 2020 to the mill rates to accommodate relief for the COVID that we faced, and had we continued today following our 5-year financial plan, the 2020 through 2024, you would be using alternative A to get to that. I think what we've done here is, as a result of the uncertainty in the world and not knowing if COVID is going to be over in a month, be over in a year, have taken the conservative approach to not putting that back in. But if you were to go back to level as to where we were pre-COVID, you would need to take alternative A into consideration. So now the recommendation comes as a very reserved recommendation based on the financial instability of not just BC, but the world at this point.
The reduction of $1 million in that we made in the revenue projections for our 2020 budget through all of the closures, the laying off of staff, in 2020, we're going to project a small surplus. 2021, if we take draft one, we still don't get back potentially to the plan because we don't know what the impacts will be to us operationally, as well as some of the revenue anticipated from fees and charges and other things.
Yes, and I would like to add something too. For 2020, we actually are in an advantage situation right now because we are able to close with a balanced budget with a small surplus. Originally, we are expecting like 500, 600,000 surplus just in operational, but right now we are in this around 100,000 for 2020, but we do have not included that grant, which is exactly with the purpose of recover losses that was generated in the revenue of COVID, due to COVID. So you can say right now, and that's one of the requests I have, it's like you have two options. You can decide, for example, for that 2.793, I want to add everything now in 2020 because yes, I lost all those revenue in 2020, or I would like to use 50% of that now and 50% for next year. But by doing this now, you would top up under that 100,000 amount where you can then be able to decide in which reserves you'd like to build up that.
Yeah, because we did, had we finished off the year and not reduced the revenue projections, finished off the year with a $600,000 or $700,000 surplus, that would have went into our capital reserve potentially, moved us that much further along on our objective of 70% in 7 years. So now council have adjusted that, but I still think that, to me, the uncertainty around revenue, uncertainty around fees and charges is the nervousness to me about that. But then I still think we need to move ahead in a way that we had initially and projected to say, look, in order just to keep up to inflationary pressures and all those other things, we had set, we want a 2.5% tax increase on a regular basis moving forward to ensure that we maintain that objective of moving that reliance off of Peace River Agreement, as well as keep up to the operations. So, Councillor Parslow?
Okay, I'm not sure if I heard this correctly, so I apologize. The grants that we just received, a couple of million?
2.793.
2.793. Did I hear you say that a half of that could be applied to cover the extra costs that we incurred in 2020, and the other half could be applied if draft one was adopted to go into operating surplus or capital reserve?
Yes, exactly, yes.
I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yeah, and you do have, because they say the use of this grant is for not just 2020, for the following years, potential impact of losses. And for example, in this draft one, I did reduce significantly the portion of BC Gaming. And that is one where I definitely can use. There was a loss of revenue in this projection that could be used for those grants.
You know, to me, I look at on the fees and charges are the ones, and so I agree with you that gaming grant, there's $500,000 in 2020, another $500,000 in 2021, potentially there's $1 million right there. And I looked at the aquatic center, the revenues there, $4 million, I think it was in 2019, and I think we're projected about 2.5 or 2.8 this year, or it was even if we get to there. And I think your projection for 2021 at 3.4, well, if we don't get back to normal operations, then that's the fees and charges piece of what we gain in revenues and have an impact on us. So I think it's good for us to have that $1 million sitting in the reserve for us to be able to use for those uncertainties that we may face in 2021 because of COVID and the operations that may rely on either operating at reduced capacities or causing us to have an increased cost of operating those facilities if we choose to continue to open them in their current manner. So.
Yes, and then I also, if I can, would like to add something. When I use this conservative approach, when I build up the rates, which is a bare minimum 3% in some areas, 3.25 on business, and then I top up the variance of market rate. So I also took in consideration when I built up the COVID proposal, the rate, what was in the market at the time, like the conditions of business. So it's not like the final decision comes to council, but at that time when I was build up in the rate, I also take in consideration, okay, if a business are not able to full capacity of work, how about how they're gonna pay the taxes? Because there you go back to the same situation when we came early on the stage of discussing COVID rate in 2020. So that's why I applied the bare minimum rate that would still keep us balanced, that we could use those grants, but it still also would be favorable to the residents. That was my original suggestion.
For me, I got no problem with the 3.5, honestly, for residential. I think that's kind of reasonable that we buffered them in 2020, but we got to keep up to the inflationary pressures of operating this machine of the city, and how do we do that, and how do we continue it? And the major industry one is a worry for me, because if Air Liquide and Ferris have a change to them, and Air Liquide closed last year, and so there's a big impact there to me in terms of a 6% or 7% increase for those guys. It only leaves LP and LP Gas back, and so there's a worry to me on that one. The business seems to have recovered in lots of ways very positively for some, and some are still struggling. So I think that'll be the real dilemma to me in terms of what and how we set a rate for our commercial sector at 5.5% or 3% or what, or 3.5 or 4? How do you, it's that business one that I'm most worried about. Councillor Parsons.
There was something that was not just we just said just now, but just prior to that, threw a curve to me. You see, I thought one of the recommended things that we as a council should be working towards is having sufficient operating surplus so that we're free of the need to borrow money. Now, I've heard that with this money from this grant going into operating surplus is to cover the loss of revenue to some of our recreation facilities. And we're not therefore improving our operating surplus. We're just putting it as a contingency fund to cover if we operate the pool, the arenas as we normally do, because we can reasonably expect some of the prohibitions, if that's maybe the wrong word, some of the restrictions due to COVID, we wouldn't likely realize our traditional levels of revenue. So I'm wondering why we didn't budget, if we're budgeting conservatively, why we didn't budget for a lower revenue in our draft one, if we're saying that, because to me, I was liking the notion that we're building up our surplus so that we don't have to borrow money, not liking, we're doing this, putting this money aside so that if there is a drop in revenue, we can use this money. You see what I'm saying? No?
No, sorry. Through your worship, I don't know.
They'll like that.
When I did build up the draft one, in my conservative approach, I did reduce some of the revenues, like for example, BC Gaming, but I still ended with a surplus. Not a 800,000 surplus, not a 500,000 surplus, a bare minimum of 106,000 surplus. So what I'm saying is that let's suppose we're really not going to be able to have BC Gaming coming back by the end of the year, but we do have the contingency reserve, which has the purpose of covering losses on revenue. Because we are in a good shape of a balanced budget, favorable, we are still generating a surplus. Any extra money that we received that is to cover revenue, you are topping up your surplus. So you are really not losing the revenue, you are topping up the current surplus that we have. So what I'm saying is that if I close at 100,000 surplus and we're gonna use 400,000 of the grant to cover that revenue of BC Gaming, it's you're topping up. You're topping up now from 100 to 500,000.
Yeah, no, I understood that you had taken care of the drop in revenue from gaming. I'm referring to revenue we expect from swimming pool and arenas. What was the revenue calculations in draft one for those? Was it at the traditional level or was it at the reduced level?
That would be, the management would be able to give more information. But based on my discussion with, for example, Shante, she built up assuming that still we have the current conditions of COVID, but not at 50% discounted rate like we have right now. So it would be a full 100% rate. And there is also an expectation of a proposal that they're gonna come late with adjustment in the rate that needs to happen every 4 years. So there is a small reduction affected by other adjustments there. So you still see a reduction, but not to the level that was this year. This year we dropped 50%, right? So that's a...
Thank you, Flavia. Further comments, questions? What's council's view, if you can kind of get a sense of the alternatives of your feelings towards the alternatives on B3 for the proposals of options for that 2021 mill rate? Councillor Barzal, go ahead, and then Councillor Earl.
Am I correct, Lafayette, that the analysis of the pluses, minuses of those different options, which I know I've seen on the screen, is not in this booklet.
No, the booklet would be like so the report would give the information and the booklet would be the attachment to support. So in the report, I do have a dedicated page
Yes, you do.
explain every alternative.
Yeah, I'm finding that now.
Yeah, it's on page
9.
page 10. Oh, maybe
9 and 10, yes.
Page 10.
Oh, I'm running my own
You're
sheet,
the report.
yes.
So page 8 or 9?
Or 10.
Or 10, yeah.
Page 10 on the report.
If you're sitting beside the CAO.
It is, yes, page 9 or 10.
Councillor Earl?
Oh, just with respect to your question, Your Worship. So I'm of the opinion we passed what I can say, with a lot of unknowns earlier this year. We did what we thought was best for our residents and our business community, and we tried to reduce their cost of living through tax relief, through lowering of the utilities, through what have you, and that impacted our 5-year plan. I don't know if 2021 is the year to try and get it all back at once and swing for the fences, given the tenuous status of our economy and the fact that the COVID situation is ongoing. But I do agree that we need to start acting with an eye towards getting back to not just par, but getting back on course with what our plan was, as we did make a commitment. And it's easy. It would be easy to continue to use COVID as an excuse, but at the end of the day, we do have to. It is what it is, and it's likely going to be haunting our steps for a while, so we need to move forward with an eye towards getting back to what we originally intended. I don't have any specifics for you.
Okay.
That's what you're looking for. I'm still mulling it over.
Thank you. Councillor Dober? Welcome to council.
Yeah. I love this stuff. I just need some clarification. What is the mill rate again? Like, what is it?
So the mill rate is, so on your home, if it's assessed at $320,000, we assess a mill rate of $5.68 per thousand of the assessment, and then that's the tax bill you will get from the city of Dawson Creek. So that's the mill rate that the city applies to the residential assessment of the BC assessment for each residential property in our community.
Okay, and then so the original rate is what I guess it's based on in 2020.
So we set original rate in 2020, and then COVID hit, and we backed that up and said, look, we're going to remove those planned increases that we had, and it reduced our revenue by about $1 million. And then went to the adjusted 2020 COVID relief plan, and that's where we're starting. That was the starting point for 2020 then, in terms of what we were facing in revenue. And so now the discussion is, where do you start in 2021? Do you start with that original plan that had us on a plan to get us back to a point where we could have 70% of the Peace River Agreement money into capital, or do we continue to try to have a plan in place that helps move us through there to help our residents and our businesses and buffer that a bit?
So then the original plan, is that like draft 1, alternate A, B, C, or D? Like which would we be on pace to be? Which one? Because like draft 1 is lower than the original. Yeah. So is that?
So alternative A takes us into a point where would have moved us back to the original budget in 2020, plus the planned increase for this year of 2.5% or 3%. Yeah. Have I got that right?
Yeah. So through your worship, when I talk draft 1, yes, it's slightly lower than the original one. That's where I said I apply a conservative approach. For resident, I just proposed 3%, where in the original budget, if we would started, was about 4.5. That's the first. That's alternative D.
D.
That's the original 2020.
Is D.
D. And then alternative A, it's the original 2021 in the projection of 5 years. Because when we prepare a bylaw, we project 5 years. So you have your current 2020 and then you project the next 4. So that's what we call original 2021, is based on that original budget with the 2020 high rate and then topping up 2021, 22, 23, 24.
Okay. And then
Clear as mud, hey?
should have went to be a CA, not a business person. And then just one other question sticks out to me is numbers, but you look at like the COVID relief plan. Why such the drastic change in farm versus the rest?
So
Like obviously there's not too much
Yes.
farmland in the
We had
city.
very little farmland. They were paying virtually nothing for it, but go ahead. We made that change last year. So it shows in the 186%, you know, that massive, but it is about
Just
this
small,
big.
yeah.
in
We had one
Just at the
property
back.
pull
This
from
one.
commercial
Yeah,
to
it's
farm
very
as well, right?
I figured there wasn't too much farmland in city limits, but I just wanted
There
to
is some
clarify.
zoned agricultural use, right?
Yeah.
There's some on peripheral that's waiting to be developed, but it's zoned agriculture.
The dollar impact, though, when you see that percentage, and it's a good
Yeah.
question,
Yeah,
Because it's so
yeah.
is
small.
very
Very
minimal,
$6
even
grand
to
or
the
something.
individual for what they pay.
Yeah.
Like on the heavy industry, as an example, we have 4 properties that are assessed heavy industry in the community: LP, Ferris, Air Liquide, and AltaGas. Those are the only 4 major industry, so they make up a very small number of the total properties, but they're big assessments, so
Yeah. So if one's moved, it
Yeah.
percentage is higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm now on page 10 of 200.
I don't want council to move off of.
Well, there's very little else other than strategic directions, which is such an excellently put together document, right? But I'm just, you know, I read that and then I read this. So on page 10,
But before we move ahead though, I was really hoping to be able to provide some, like if alternative D or C is completely out of the realm for council to consider, to be able to start to get some consensus, maybe not agreement at this point, but some consensus to help administration so that we can continue to provide that direction for Flavia moving forward. And that's all I was just trying to do, is get a sense from council of, are you comfortable with alternative B, or is that off the table for you? Or is A? So just, you know, just kind of get a sense from council in terms of where's your view of what you would like to see for us moving forward for the revenue projections for our budget. And we're gonna have to do this at some point. Like, there's no free pass here. Councillor Dover?
So alternate D, that's what was projected to be in place at the beginning of 2020, and then it was moved back because of COVID. So those rates were never in place. That's
Right.
just where it was projected to be. So what's their current rates? Like draft, like, because if the original rate and alternate D are the same, like,
No.
is the COVID relief plan, is that what the original ones, we just didn't bump it up?
Okay, so no, I think Darcy, the way I'll try and, if in 2020, when we were developing the 2020 budget, there was no COVID, there was a scheduled 4.5% increase. And I'll use that for the residential side.
Yeah, so based on that.
So then in March, COVID hit, council said, wow, you know, although we want that increase, and I'm just using residential, the other ones are there as well. They said, we're not sure with the economic uncertainty, we don't want to implement any mill rate increase. So they said that 4.5 will become 0. All the way down that line would become 0. There would be no increase in mill rates. Council went further and said, and businesses, because of the unknown, we're going to reduce their rate by 5% instead of increasing it by this, I'll use, bear with me, let me get it over here, business and other, the 7.4. Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, so like the final rate were the COVID relief plan, that's what the rates were before.
That was the year, 2019.
Yeah, so we just didn't increase them and we lowered business by 5%.
Correct.
So to go back to alternative D was what the proposal was last year for the 2020.
Yes. And alternative A would be what last year's plus the projected this year's would have
been.
Would have been.
Oh, okay, and then B and C
Are
are
just
just
two options.
just a
in
little
between.
less impact, but still up.
Kind of in between the two,
Yeah.
I guess.
All makes so much sense.
Looking for the Goldilocks.
And then you just complicate it by saying the commercial assessment dropped last year, so that also has an impact on the revenue projections that you have, that impacts the rate you charge.
Had to throw that curveball. Hey, your worship.
Or just hot.
Okay, I guess we're, Councillor Javetkov, you gonna help me?
So. I don't think so.
I'm kind of paddling upstream pretty hard here.
Yeah. So, you're just looking for an idea of where we stand?
Well, if we could start to narrow it down to a couple of options so that we can start to provide that direction. then.
My preferred is A, but I could go with D.
Okay.
D or B?
D.
D, Delta.
Thank you.
Councillor Earl?
I could live with D too. I think A might be a bit steep.
Okay.
I think we made a mistake last year, which put us in this position this year.
Okay. All right. Is there anything, are there some that folks are just saying, look, that's completely off the table for me? Like a, well,
Well, for me, they're all off the table other than A. Completely off the table.
Darcy? You had,
I don't know.
okay.
Well, I'm just thinking if we like lowered business by 5% last year, which I would maybe understand why it was done, but then you're gonna go up 10%, like they're gonna have a 15% increase, right? In major industry?
Yeah.
No,
You know what?
Well-
no, the other 5 would be part of any increase. That 5% reduction is off now. If we go to a 5%, I'll use this, 5% reduction last year.
Yeah.
This year, council decides we want a 5% increase based on that. It would be 10, if that makes sense. Because of the 5 we reduced off the original mill rate.
But alternate D is up
7.4.
17%. Because, yeah, you're correct, Council Dober. It is 17% on the alternative A, because, yeah, you're top upping the loss of 5% plus whatever percentage was applying for 2020 before the rate, and then plus 2021, it is 17%.
Yeah.
By A. Yes.
Alternative
Okay,
A.
I was
Yes.
going to D.
You're talking D, aren't you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Blair was talking D and,
Flavio talked A, so
yeah.
There's a
We just
world
wanna
of
keep it
difference
clear.
between A and D,
Yeah.
right?
significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Okay.
Well, the other thought is, in addition to all this, and this is alluded to in Alternative A, when Flavia wrote, or allocated to the 2022-2025 to the paving program to help to pay off the expected increase in debt service in the near future. Alternative A would cover off some of the paving, but I think it wouldn't cover off all the paving.
No,
No.
No, so, sorry, through your worship. Yeah, this is alternatives, right? But not necessary that you'll be covering the whole debt service that's coming. And then, remember, I have a session where I'm proposing an additional 1.5% for the replacement of local area services to paving mill rate.
Yes, you do, yeah.
So in this case, if we would apply alternative A, then council could say, yes, I agree in having that replacement, and I would consider this with 1.5%. Or you would say, I choose alternative D, going back to the original 2020, and top up 1.5% for paving. So it all depends how would you, which direction you go.
Councillor Dober, you had another question?
Yeah. Am I loud?
Yeah. That's why we're here.
So just to wrap my head around it, so this mill rate is based, increasing this over 5 years increases our revenue, which helps things out. So does that minimize that we're not reflecting the rest of the budget and we're just moving that up? And then also, are those rates competitive with other communities that are our size? Like, are we just covering up? I'm not saying that the city's mismanaged, but are we just covering up that some of the budgets aren't in line?
Part of the challenge, I think we're competitive. So you'll hear from people, we have the highest tax rates in BC, which isn't factual. I'll say we're middle of the pack when it comes to, but what council has been trying to accomplish, and I'll speak to the last 2 years, is for a long time, the fair share revenue, a reasonable portion of it has been put into operations to deliver things that the public wanted, that council had said yes to. So that was where it is. The feeling of that has been that there's too much fair share or PRA revenue in the operating side of the budget, and there's been a push to move it back to the capital side. In order to do that, there's only a couple of ways you can do it. One is to cut your costs by changing, and we've seen that with the reduction of some services.
Yeah.
And the other is to bring in new revenue. So both of that council has been working on for the number of years. Originally, it was to do it over 7 years. It was felt that that may be far more challenging than originally thought. There's a shift now to do it over 10 years to get there, but it still means a reduction in the spending or an increase in revenue needed by the city of Dawson Creek to meet that objective. So like I said, nobody had mismanaged anything. I think the city had delivered on a lot of things that they said yes to. And I'm giving you just when in fact possibly the affordability of saying yes might have been challenging.
Yeah, and I wasn't meaning that directed at.
No, I know that.
Okay. Because the other part of new revenue is also, one, increasing taxes, but two is, increasing, businesses to Dawson Creek and why they want to do business here, and bringing new money, not just adding money to.
And we should have touched on that just briefly. You'll hear the talk about market change and non-market change. I'm not sure if, so a market change is your house or your business, your assessed value went up 10%, for example. That's a market change. Non-market change is a new house was built or a new business was built, the new Lordco, for example. Non-market change will bring in the new hotel, non-market change, going to bring in new revenue to the city. Very reflective of what you just said.
See, on market change, you always want to say, well, look, we got another 10% in market change, so we've got another 200 million in assessment, and you keep the tax rate, the mill rate the same, you're going to generate more revenue just without doing anything else, right? So you take that non-market change in as well as new revenue, and then market change, do you adjust the mill rate to reflect that? And on your other point, Darcy, this year and some of the work the council has done, on page 17 of Flavia's report indicates about $800,000 in spending reduction, service reductions in spending this year, planned or in 2021, for additional efficiencies that we've put into the budget for saying we got additional spending reductions that we have to have. So it's not just about more money, more revenue, it's also less spending as well.
So we reduced by 800, and that doesn't include how much revenue will increase. Right. Okay.
And then that new revenue, and that also adds to the objective of getting that Peace River Agreement money into capital and a healthy, strong capital budget and an efficient, strong operating budget. Councillor Earl, and then Councillor DeBeckoff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you had your hand up.
Yeah, so. You kind of touched on it, Your Worship, but I was just going to kind of reiterate is we, in addition to the 800,000 this year, there's been, the last 2 years have been primarily where we've sought that balance has been through reductions or efficiencies. And then I think last year, we really hammered out a revenue growth policy moving forward insofar as we recognize our non-market growth and our market growth, I guess, isn't as reliable as it was. I mean, you see the last 5 years, the table Charlie highlighted at the beginning, the last 5 years of growth in our tax base is not historically, if you look at the 5 or 10 years prior to that, it's a night and day. So, we're not really, nobody likes to raise taxes, but we are kind of getting to the point in my mind where that we recognize that has to be a part of the mix. And with respect to, with respect to some of the amenities that have been brought into the city, we do have to bear in mind that we have, when I moved here in 2010, the city there was a feeling, or the overarching tone at the time was the city was kind of reached its capacity for various things, and the community was getting younger. I think the average age is 34, so that's a lot of young families looking for things to do. And there was just a big rush to get things built and increase our capacity. And my take on it is, at the time, if you look at what the tax base was doing on its own without any additional tax increases, the tax base was growing at a pace where it would have been a challenge potentially, but it was growing at a good enough clip that they could keep ahead of the cost increases, those annual inflationary pressures. When October 2015, the price of oil fell off a cliff, and that's when many of our challenges became much more acute, I guess I'd say, as opposed to just a hypothetical 10 or 20 years down the road. So that's kind of how we arrived where we've arrived. But up to this point, our seeking this balance has been primarily through reductions and cuts.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, to really, put the mill rate in context, I think we have to consider what's happening with our capital program too. Like this year, where it's been recommended that we spend about $3.5 million a year on road work. This year, we're shortchanging it again by about $1 million. So, the more you reduce the taxes, or the more you limit it, the less money you have to put into road work. So you defer that $1 million worth of work, and it accumulates. The other thing is, we talked about the borrowing, the 4 projects that were identified needing engineering work. So we've got enough money set aside for 1 project. So if we decided that we were going to, or that would be a benefit to tender all 4 projects at once, we don't have that ability, because we've only identified $500,000 for engineering. So, it's all to do with money. If you can keep business happy by reducing taxes, but then you're not running the city, you're not doing the work. So I guess we'll get to capital later.
Yep. Like I say, I think we've beat this one around, and we'll move forward and continue through discussions, Blair.
Your Worship, if it was possible, and I thought we were going down, it's a great discussion. I've heard a couple of councillors talk about their preferred, and you'd mentioned it earlier, if there's an option by the end of our discussion today, it would certainly help administration in moving the budget forward. So if there is preferences, A, B, C, or D, that would be helpful for the continuation of, our next budget.
For sure, and I think hopefully we'll get through the discussion as deep as we feel we can today, and try to, once we deal with capital and once we deal with the other components, that we then are be able to land on some direction for administration to begin to continue to move it forward. And this was very good, and so we'll move it ahead to the next bit. Councillor Parslow?
Darcy, once I was in your position, don't feel you're bothering any of us by asking all the questions you want to.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's why I put you beside Paul.
That's.
I've been writing him notes, asking questions, but
I knew he'd help you.
No, I mean that, and I'm sure, knowing all these people at this table, that they all feel the same way, okay? So, labour anything, because you've got to get on top of this stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And we're all with you to help you do that.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
One thing that I don't think has been, I would have asked one more question that you haven't asked yet to Blair. So I'm going to ask you, if I can presume to ask you on your behalf, why are we worried about the Peace River Accord?
Yeah, well, the Peace River Agreement, previously known as Fair Share, and again, historically, I'll do it briefly, Darcy. Originally, back in 1993, and I'll be close, this was negotiated based on the need for infrastructure within our communities. Primarily, it started with the two main communities of Dawson Creek, Fort St. John, but it quickly encompassed the entire region being impacted. As we went through this, as I said, there was a shift going back many, many years of the fair share of PRA revenue being used in capital was shifted, some of it, into operations. And again, because people in the community wanted something new, wanted extra, whatever it would be, and council accommodated that request. But what happened is that slide went from capital to operations. So the intent primarily is for capital, was. I mean, they've changed the reporting structure as Flavia's laid out in here. But the worry is, if, for heaven forbid, for any reason, fair share, the PRA was impacted tomorrow, and the government come and said, you know, we're gonna discontinue it. That's $15 million from our budget, of which the majority is presently in operating. The changes we're looking at today with the work council's doing and having to find cost savings would seem minor compared to major cuts. We wouldn't be looking for cost savings, we would be closing facilities, and more than one to reach those kind of numbers. So the shift that council has decided said, no, we're going to do it in a manner that says we're gonna shift it back to capital. 70% is going back to our capital budget, 30% is going to remain in operations. In that 30% is going to be our debt repayment cost as well. So we began that process, and it started a couple of years ago. So there's a fear, real or not, you know, and we just don't know what the world brings, to make sure that we shouldn't be so dependent on fair share or PRA in the operating side of the budget, is what it comes down to. Does that answer that, Charlie? I think it's...
Yes, and it's not under our control.
No, this is a provincial, it's not a piece of
It's ordering
legislation.
council, yeah.
Okay, so, do you want to move to capital? Councillor Javetkov?
Can I just follow up on that? So, something happens in 2023, the agreement is opened, or what's the process that year?
So the next stage, we negotiated, I think, an 8-year or 12 years, and then at the next stage, we can, if it's not working for the communities or the region, we get to take it back to the government and say that 2% annual lift that you put into the base of 50 million isn't meeting the needs of the community and the region to build our capital and to build our infrastructure. And so we can open it up then to renegotiate the potential of lifting it more. And then I think in 27, the province could reopen it and say, wait a minute, you guys, so there's 2 openings there.
Okay.
In a 25-year agreement? 2020 to...
Oh gosh, yeah, it was, actually, I don't have it in front of me, but...
I can't remember.
The exact, but a very substantial agreement that was renegotiated. And it should be noted, it wasn't renegotiated in the term it was scheduled to be renegotiated in.
No.
It was opened early. And that's the concern, could it be opened again and have an impact? And
Because there's also language in there about royalties.
I would have to pull the agreement. Your Worship,
It
Councillor
might be good to do that. I'm sure there is, if it's, but anyway, it's certainly open for discussion.
Playing both sides, I negotiated the agreement, Your Worship, so I'm kind of walking a fine line.
Spill the
so you wanna go to
beans, spill the
capital?
beans, Blair.
I'm good for that.
So we'll go to the capital part of the budget. Any comments, questions?
So we're going to capital?
I think so, yeah, let's...
Which section is?
So, the paving, I don't,
Go to tab H, Darcy's capital project.
Okay. Thank you.
yeah, it's way near the end. It's about 2.5 million. Like, I can see that we need to, cut back on it this year, but, the 500,000 bothers me because that theoretically gives us only one big project, that will be ready for tendering?
The 500,000 is the money that we need for about $5 million worth of paving for 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
plus or minus.
if we were,
Or 2022, sorry, yes.
like, I would like to add to that, you know, if there's money to add to it, but if we didn't, and if we just went with that one project, can you tender it by components, say a cost, and maybe you do that already, a cost per cube for asphalt and a cost per cube for gravel, and then say, okay, here's this project, we want to bid on that specifically, buy these components, and then we want a commitment for the next 3 projects, and put it all into one contract?
Yeah, I think there's different ways that we can explore that. We used to, years ago, it was kind of like a quantity-based contract that we said we're gonna have about 1,000 tons of asphalt and 2,000 tons of gravel. Or what we've been doing the last number of years has been not only providing the quantities, but the full detailed design drawings as well. And I think that's gonna give you a better costing, but there are other ways that we can go about it. And I've been kind of turning my mind to how we'd be able to tender something in the early years and have some sort of a commitment. The problem is if you do it as one large project, I think just contractually it becomes problematic for the bonding and just all those, because it becomes a very, very large project over multiple years. So we'll have to look and see how we could do it, but trying to encourage those better prices.
So anyways, I would like to see some increase into the design work, even if we had 2 projects, you know, prepared, then, you know, that's better than one. To me, I think there'd be some advantage as far as bids.
Thank you. Councilor Earl. Thank you, Your Worship, through to staff. The Memorial Arena pad replacement is there's a conditional grant in there, 365. So if that grant doesn't come through, we're not doing the pad replacement, or we're...
Thank you, through Your Worship, we have budgeted the full amount.
Okay. So potentially, if that grant does come through, we've got $365,000 we could put into consultancy work or getting more paving ready?
If that's where council so wished.
For me, this year, and I'm really happy to see it in there, and is our sanitary sewer upgrade. To me, the whole aspect of what we faced this year with some of the impacts to our residents and our sanitary sewer, and we talk about projects and we talk about work that needs to get done, but I really believe that this should be a really strong priority for our capital program for ensuring that we have strong core services in our sewer system and the sanitary system. And I really want to push to that and make sure that we do the work necessary and allocated. And the roads, the paving gets an overwhelming discussion for us that it consumes sometimes the focus about people driving on the roads, but sanitary sewer is where we saw that this year, and I think it's a really important subject for us. Deserves our attention.
Yes.
Councilor Dover?
I'm assuming KBAC is the aquatic center?
Yes.
What's the mechanical upgrades in the flooring on, like, the $400,000?
Through Your Worship, that is pump, circulation pumps, our filtration system, HVAC replacements. The flooring is, the existing floor in there is concrete and it's never been sealed. You probably noticed upstairs in the event center, they have new floors for that building, so that's a proposal to put the same floor down into the pool there.
Okay. And then, sorry, just to keep going.
Yep.
The Kin Arena sports flooring, what is that? Like, we're talking about replacing the memorial pad, but what's the flooring in the Kin Arena? Is that?
So again, Through your worship, earlier this year, we received direction from council to bring back proposals for dry floor activities in the Ken.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So this was a placeholder. We have had subsequent discussions as recently as last week with the Encana and also with some of the local sport groups, volleyball and what have you. So there is a push to get some form of gymnasium floor.
Okay. And then my last, well, maybe not my last question. The kitchen concession equipment, is that in the Memorial Arena? Or what's the?
That's the Encana
Event Center.
So how old is the event center?
2008 it opened.
And we need, they want to spend $75,000 more on the concession or the?
Kitchen, on equipment repair, so it may be replacement of refrigeration, I'm not sure if you have
Okay.
that broke down there.
Yeah, there's two deep fryers and,
Was there a breakdown of that?
yeah, just following that, there's all these.
It goes further, there's case breaks, but yeah.
13 in section
Okay.
H. Replaced.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Parvo.
All that's it.
Darcy raised the Ken Arena dry floor, and I appreciated that report, what was in there, but is it possible to play, would it be possible to play indoor soccer in there?
Through your worship, as is, councillor?
No, once you've done all the markings and stuff, what's the actual floor? Is it going to be suitable for indoor soccer?
Again, through your worship, we have not landed on the final project, but it would be a multiple use floor that we're considering.
Yeah, I gathered that, and I appreciated you had a good range of sports there, which are much needed. But they've thought it through. I hope this can also be used for indoor soccer. I imagine it could be.
Basketball, so if basketball.
Volleyball.
Run hard back and forth with basketball, soccer I would hope would be.
Again, to your worship, there will have to be a decision at some point. Indoor turf is for soccer.
Yeah.
This floor is more for a hard court. You could play futsal, a spin-off of soccer, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor Chevecko?
So the other thing that's not in here that we did talk about was the drainage and the sewer, the underground stuff for, is it Williams subdivision? East of Safeway?
Michaels?
Michaels.
Hmm?
Michaels?
Michaels, yeah. So my memory is starting to go on me. Anyways. It's a $1 million project, but just even seeing the flood stuff this morning, that is part of the flood area that's of concern. But, you know, I guess this connects into the 5-year plan too, so would be nice to see what's in the 5-year plan. So a project like that, if it's not done this year, when is it gonna be done? Be nice if it was, you know, scheduled into the 5-year. Because it is an important start to improving that area.
I thought that was in the 2020 budget. Wasn't there some preliminary work for that? The Michael subdivision? No?
No. No, the only, through your worship, the only thing we've talked about with Michael's was the shovel-ready projects, as we have it designed. We talked about that earlier in the year as an opportunity.
So, $9 million, $10 million capital project, potentially with half of it, $4.5 million. 10 will be going to the 102nd Avenue crossing bridge, and $3 million in paving, and $2.5 million in flood. Some more and other things, fully funded without any borrowing, both through PRA and gas tax and some reserve fundings.
I like the capital project, for sure. But just can you help me tie in your 1.5%? There's some road projects in the capital budget. The 1.5%, is that intended for patching or what? Or is Where would it be applied? To that capital or?
For the paving, for portion to the, would be for any project that relate to paving, which is capital, because patching is considered operational. But for example, because we are entering next year on the borrowing for the 20 million, 5 million split in 4 years, so that would be used to reduce the debt servicing cost for the payment.
Councilor Earl?
So, and just correct me if I'm wrong, the 1.5 levy, or I guess in place of a levy, as a dedicated fund towards paving was kind of something we were looking to do in lieu of a local area improvement, because that can get voted down, whereas this, I guess, and I might have been one of the ones who either put this forward or for the motion, what have you, but insofar as people might be a little more or a little less upset with the idea of a 1.5% levy if they could be reassured that it was a dedicated fund that would be put directly towards paving and we wouldn't dip into it as previous.
Right.
No, exactly.
And so that was, that's.
Yeah.
It is important to go, and certainly you've all touched on it. Previously, under local area improvements, the community or the location where the street was to be paved had the ability to vote it down. If it was $1 million project going in and it got voted down, and 3 years later the road had fallen apart to the point that we had to do it, it could now be, instead of $1 million project, a $3 million project, which costs all the taxpayers additionally, not just the homeowners that turned it down, more money. So this is an avenue that would help us not have to deal with that side of it, but rather collectively as a community deal with the capital infrastructure on the roadside and use this revenue to make the debt repayments, pay for the roads, and so on.
Thank you. Councilor Javetkov?
Just to point this, maybe it's more to do with strategic planning, but I just looked at a copy of the PERC report the other day, and the subsidy, and this was 2013, and I don't imagine it's changed, but the subsidy for the arenas is was an average of $683 per user. So when we talked about transit and we talked about a subsidy of $700 per rider, this is $683 per user, which is very close to the same, and it hasn't raised the same amount of concern yet. But $683 per user of the arenas is a lot of money. And I don't imagine it's gone down since 2013. It's probably gone up, but just wanted to make that point so we could think about it for strategic planning.
Thank you. And I just want to correct myself because I said a $10,000 or a $10 million capital budget. It's 15. Yeah.
Carry forward.
Yeah. Any other comments for council in terms of the capital and your thoughts and views on that?
Well, I say I support everything there. I'm just, and this is not a criticism, but I'm amazed about the amount of carry forward. Again, is that somewhat caused to disruptions with COVID, or?
I think, and I'll let Kevin speak to this, but I don't think all of the invoicing had been completed. For example, 15th Street, our major capital initiative this year. By year's end, probably even, maybe even as of today, but those bills will come in and that carry forward will shrink substantially.
Yeah, through your worship, 15th Street specifically, I was checking on that on Friday. I think the initial carryover that we had in here was over $1 million. The project's now done, other than deficiencies. We only have to hold back about $125,000. So the rest of it is, it just goes back to at the time that we had to put those numbers in to talk about what we had to potentially carry forward. We didn't have all our invoicing. There were still outstanding items. So that the earlier you start on it, the numbers reflect that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just flagging around communication, and I'm looking at Darcy here, because this is something I always get asked at. when we had that little brochure around budget, carry forward, you know, people ask me all sorts of questions about carry forward. Why do we have it? So that's an important area to know why. And so the billing is a big general reason. Is that fair to say that?
Yes.
Can be, yeah. Okay, so let's go to the debt now. We've got a major discussion point there, and so on tab E. And so the city's debt position for both the accumulated actual debt and debt servicing over the next 8 or 9 years, and obviously the debt obligations to the city over the last number of years, we haven't been borrowing big amounts, and so we're seeing that annual debt accumulation reduce. We have approximately 21 million in long-term debt in 2020. 2021, 18.5, reducing down. The big year for us comes in 2026 or 27 when the Encana Event Center debt is completed. And so obviously the debt servicing with the total debt that reduces, so goes your debt servicing. And this year at $3.6 million in debt servicing, and when the event center goes off, goes down to about 700,000, which is a very strong kind of result for us in 6 or 7 years, helping us move to that fiscal future. And then comes the decision and discussion that council have been engaged in now in terms of this whole aspect of infrastructure, paving, and how do you build and continue to build a strong community with strong, healthy infrastructure by allowing it to deteriorate, and should you borrow in order to try to minimize the impacts of that. So that's the next slides that we have, and Blair or Flavia, if you guys want to kind of give a bit of an overview of that, or is it sufficient?
Whatever council's wish. So we had discussed the opportunity to look at borrowing the city of beginning in 2022, not 2021, would be $5 million per year for 4 consecutive years. I mean, without question, the basis for the discussion was the condition of our roads within the community. Those numbers, if you look under the actual report, laid out quite well as well, based on borrowing, what it would cost in 2022 beginning all the way through to 2026. It will show significant, I mean, there's significant cost to borrowing without question. The one thing I will point out, what we're talking about when you see these increases, it would be 6% starting in 2022 would be additional to cover that cost of the borrowing. But again, part of it was talked about, we haven't talked about increased revenue sources, whether that be fee increases, wherever that new revenue may come from is not built in. There are options, and we talk about that through strategic planning. Are there new opportunities to bring in additional revenue that would begin to offset those to lower that number as far as the debt repayment structure based on the percentage, your worship? But again, $20 million, although it sounds like a great deal of money, and it is, when it comes to how many roads you can do for $20 million, I don't want anybody to think that should the city take $20 million in capital spending on for roads, that all of the roads will be looked after. For example, the 15th Street project this year was in the range of $1 million by itself.
No. No, absolutely. And, you know, and I think about other revenue opportunities when you say that in 2022 is the end of the reclaimed water. And I keep using that as an example that, you know, this year alone in the water consumption, we would have had $1 million had that revenue been coming to the city, $1 million worth of revenue. And that's in a quiet year. And so to me, there $1.5 million, $2 million that we can now all of a sudden start to perhaps put into our capital projects and say, we're doing deep services, utilities and waters, perhaps we can find a way to leverage that. So there is other revenue opportunity.
Yes.
Councillor Dueck?
So that, when you're talking 6%, you're talking principal and interest.
Yes.
I'd be interested in seeing what the actual interest is on that, because to me, if you do the project, say in 2022, there's a cost to it. If you defer that for 3 or 4 years, the cost will be more. But you're spending the money, whether you spend that principal in 2022 or 2027, it's still the principal. The only difference in cost is the interest, and the interest rates must be low enough now that the interest would be pretty low.
The interest rates are very favorable at this point. We do have the graph included in here that breaks it down for both. I think you have it before you there. The blue is the interest expenditures based on the total, and as well the principal payments are in yellow, and the interest portion is in blue.
Yeah, through your worship, Mr. Javakovich, on the E5.
E5. Huh? You got?
E5.
Yeah.
This one?
That's what he's got, isn't it?
No.
Which one are you on? E5, Paul?
Oh, I don't know. E3. Just see
E3
it.
is without borrowing.
Yes.
Keep going, one more.
One more.
Right
So
there.
E5, so the below shows the variance of additional interest and principal by borrowing per year.
So if we borrow the $500,000 or the $5 million in 2022, it would add $535,000 in principal and interest to the already accumulated payments that we make for that year,
Yeah,
from
so that's your
3.6
extra.
to 4.1. And then in 2023, it would add $1 million because you'd borrow another 500,000. So instead of the reduction of 3.3 million potentially, you're adding that million, so you're up to another $1,070,000. And then it starts to slide off again. As we say, when we lose the Encana Event Center debt, you're back down to a $2.1 million debt servicing, which would be primarily all towards that borrowing that you've done in those previous 4 or 5 years.
The Encana borrowing was high interest.
5.35, I think.
5.11.
5.11.
Yeah. And the other thing I will say is that borrowing is also leaves the residents and the business community to the regional district, because there's also a part of the borrowing for the regional district debt as well, right?
Yeah.
So that requisition that our residents face to the PRRD for the Encana Event Center will also leave our residents in 2027 or 2028 as well.
Yes.
Because that debt will be retired as well. Councillor Earl?
So just refresh my memory, I'm sure it's in here somewhere and I'm sure I've forgotten. What interest rate could we borrow? Is it like 1.7, something really low?
It's moving a bit, but
Yeah, so until the day I wrote this report was 1.47, and then right now is 1.67.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about how long is a piece of string in 2023, right?
Yeah.
Or 2022 when you borrow the money. Yeah. That's the hard part, you don't know until you borrow it, right? Unless the credit union were to lock us in.
Hey, I'd have to recuse myself on that one, Your Worship. I'm sure they'd be happy to entertain the
The
conversation.
cities pay prime?
What's that?
The municipalities pay prime, or is it?
We manage our borrowing through the Peace River Regional District, through the Municipal Finance Authority, through a
Okay.
central. This to me, this is just there is no right or wrong in whether you borrow to fix infrastructure and accumulate debt, or do you let it deteriorate to the point where you got to spend potentially more on it. This is a philosophical decision in terms of how you see that infrastructure stack up against your debt obligations. Councillor Javeko?
Yeah, the other cost to not borrowing is the patching that you have to do each year, which this year was $600,000. So, you know, you weigh that against the interest and...
Yeah, the constant and ongoing deterioration of the roads, just, you never get to the point where you're not doing it. You're just always, but having the roads more roads in better shape hopefully reduces that operating expenses that we face yearly, so.
Like,
Go ahead.
those expenses in patching, those would be continuous though, right? Because if we replace one street next year, you're still gonna have those expenses on the other ones, plus new ones.
No, the patching is done on the real seriously.
Oh, is that the one like the?
Yeah, the ones that are
recycling?
really bad.
Oh, okay.
The rest of them are just potholes.
Just those darn grader operators. Oh, geez. They do a great job. So this is I don't know that we're landing on a decision today, but certainly it's one that we need to provide direction. Councillor Earl?
So we also haven't landed on a decision around the 1.5% road levy, because I think for me that would inform this discussion further if we had some segregated or a dedicated revenue stream to help service the debt, and maybe give me some peace of mind around, whether or not that covers just interest or what have you, but I'm interested in that conversation as well today.
Yeah, 1.5% is going to give us about $250,000 approximately, and so we're debt increasing by $1.6 million. It's a fund that will help assist us, but
Yeah, so through your worship, like using the numbers I show for that service increase as a result of the 20 million and applying 1.5% increase this year. So let's say you'd get 1.5% this year plus 1.5, so we already would offset the extra cost for the first year in 2022, and then keep building up 1.5, 1.5, and then in 4 or 5 years you would be able to offset the full amount.
Now, also in your question, Councillor, we are hopefully looking for some direction today based from Council. Is the 1.5 something we can build into to our next draft of the budget? Those are the things that we're really hoping, if it's possible at all. If not, we'll work with whatever time frame works. But
I think that's the healthy part about this. We're talking a 4.5 or 5% tax increase to the residents for residential, and another 1.5 for the levy, and so all of a sudden you're 6.5 or 7% increase, and that's real money to real people and to our business community.
as you said, Your Worship, and going back to that, option D, for example, should option D, I'll hypothetically use that, it was 4.5, and if with the 1.5, you would be looking at a 6% then increase. You're adding the 1.5 on to which alternative council so chooses to go with. If they choose to go with the 1.5. A lot of ifs, we're hoping to close the ifs.
Any comments further on the debt servicing, debt borrowing? Councillor Javecka?
So, we want to make a decision, at least one decision today on the budget. So, I'll make a motion that we go with the alternative D with a 1.5% increase for...
So, just if I can, is Councillor Wilbur still on the phone?
Yes, I am. You are all very riveting.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because if I didn't have two councillors here, I didn't want to, but I'm good. Go ahead.
So that would be alternative D with the 1.5% for roads. So that would be the 6% overall.
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Parslow. Discussion. Go, Councillor Parslow, go ahead, and then Councillor Dover.
Well, it does include reflect the 2020 original rates before the COVID relief plan. I think it moves us in the right direction. It does say there that it does generate an additional 285,000 that could be transferred to accumulated surplus, increase the PRA allocation, or allocated to the 22-25 paving program. So again, it might help to reduce the borrowing we need to incur. So I just think it's if you take it in its totality, it might seem a little more than you might want, but it will also help us reduce the amount of debt that we incur for the 4-year program. So, you know, it's got many things to merit it being considered, for sure.
As I mentioned earlier, my concern is this heavy industry and the impacts to those guys, and seeing a 10% increase to them, and the still unknown about Air Liquide and Ferris, where he's been. If this pushes them in, then we're going to be looking for another $150,000, which is another % increase to our residents and business. So that has some implications to me and what we do with heavy industry. That's one kind of piece to it. Councillor Dubek.
Yeah, the rate, I think it's sort of moderate. It's not low and it's not the highest, but I think the one thing that we have to finally come to terms with is what we're going to do about the local area improvement issue, because we've been arguing, or not arguing, but discussing it every year for the last 2 or 3 years because of basically because of 95th. So I think we finally have to put that to bed and save some time and dealing with it in the future.
Councillor Earl?
I have a question, and this is a little off base. I should have asked it earlier when we were in the debt piece of the conversation, so I apologize. But just with respect to the outstanding long-term debt graphic, so the two highest interest rates on there, the 5.11%, are both not negotiable for, you know, just for my own volition. How does that happen? Like, what was it just they took a lower rate, but as in exchange it wasn't variable, it was locked in, they couldn't?
Go ahead, Flavia.
Yeah, so your worship, it was a locked-in transaction. They went with a kind of a swap contract, so there's another third part, so then they can't move back to a better rate. So we are locked on that.
It would be similar years ago, and I raised this with Flavia. Unfortunately, we can't do it, is to issue our own debentures, for example, as a city. We have to go through the MFA. I mean, I think there would be a great deal of interest in local taxpayers being able to invest in their own community, of which is the money we would borrow from them, calling it a debenture, and then paying them back the interest. But unfortunately, presently, we're unable to do our own.
Yeah, sorry, I should have asked that sooner. It just I recalled I had a question kicking around.
Good. Other comments, questions? Alternative D, this is the motion. Ready for the question? Councillor Wilbur, you're okay?
Yeah.
Good. Ready for the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Recommendation. That was D, though.
Recommendation.
Okay.
The 2.793 million, we really haven't given any direction or discussion to administration on that. Councillor Dubek?
So I read that thing that come through on the email, I think, or maybe you sent it out, but it sounded to me like we didn't have much option with it. We had to actually formally apply it to some of the COVID costs and actually report on it too.
So, yeah, so I think Flavia has indicated that we've got some specific direction in terms of what we need to do with it, and I'll let...
So putting it into reserve is not an option?
I don't believe so, but I'll let Flavia and Blair talk to that. The 2.793, the council hasn't given any direction in terms of specifically how and what we should do, Flavia, and if you could...
Your Worship, we were just talking about that under the recommendations in the report itself. You will note that recommendation 1, we have now said we're going to alternate D, which is the first bullet if you look at the recommendations. There are a number other ones in there as well, though, that kind of go hand in hand. If we wanted to look for motions, For example, the 2021 Peace River Agreement allocation to capital will be 40% before equipment pool. Is that satisfactory to council? These are ones we were gonna try and walk through, or I look to you for your wish on this as the chair.
Yeah, I guess
maybe I'll finish, your worship,
Sure.
sorry, and I stopped short.
Where are you reading from? Sorry.
From the actual report,
Yes, page 11?
No, now page 34
34.
on the recommendations.
On the computer, right?
Yeah, on the computer, yes.
I have paper, I'm sorry.
I'm only at 2934. Okay.
Is it in this book?
No, it would be on the computer.
and the report Flavia presented in our council agenda?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm with it.
Okay. So there are a number of bullets there. We've dealt with the first bullet without question. We have dealt with the fifth bullet as well. But is it satisfactory? I'll read the second bullet. The 2021 Peace River Agreement allocation to capital be 40% before the equipment pool allocation. That's for 2021. Oh,
So this is contained in recommendation 1?
Yeah.
yes. And we've altered recommendation 1
Yeah.
somewhat.
Yeah. And what's the value of the equipment pool allocation? What's that total?
594,000.
How much?
594.
So that would increase the 40 to what? What would that be? 44,
It's about
45?
44, yeah.
Okay, I'll move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move for Councillor Parslow. We increase the allocation to 44% then. Second, about 40.
Yeah.
Second, Councillor Earl. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Okay.
The next bullet, your worship, is that all water and sewer rates will increase by 2%, which reflects the new policy that council has adopted.
Move Councillor Earl, second Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Just for clarification, because it's been a long discussion thus far. So on January 1st, the water and sewer, just the sewer reductions, right, are set to go back to their regular level. This 2% is on top of that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't got to the $24 to $17 yet, so that's next. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried, okay. And then our waste garbage fees go from 17, or we reduced them to $17 from 24, utilizing the reserves, so 2025 will, to reflect the new wastewater, or waste service agreement savings.
Just a quick correction at the peril of my job, your worship. I never want to correct his honor. The waste garbage services fees are reduced by 17%.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From 24 to 2025.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. And so we need that by way of a motion then to now go to the new rate effective January 1.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not, it should be January 1, but with the change on the agenda, then we need, because we need to put these on the bylaw
Oh, right,
of
right.
change and then adoption,
Okay.
maybe mid of January.
So we won't put a date effective on it, that we'll put that on the bylaw then?
Yeah.
Okay. Moved, Councillor Earl, second Councillor Javekov. Go ahead, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. Not necessarily related to the waste garbage service, but the recycling fee. It's my understanding that that program, as a result of people throwing garbage into their recycling bin, is coming in at a higher than anticipated cost. Is that still within budget? And if not, do we then have to look at?
The waste, the solid waste plan that we're part of through the Peace River Regional District, we pay for the collection, the curbside service to GFL or to Waste Management. They pick it up at the curb, and then the Peace River Regional District are responsible for all of those post-collection costs. So they aren't any part of our
Yeah, that's
budget.
here.
Yeah.
Good to know, thank you.
Although we as residents and businesses pay into the Peace River Regional District for that requisition and service. Did we vote on that? No. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the local area service area is replaced with the 1.5% additional increase in mill rate to be fully allocated on paving reserve.
That was captured.
So we've done that in alternative D, so that's included in the increase or the option of alternative D.
It was included in the motion to be with alternative D, yes.
Good.
Right. There's one last one, Your Worship, on
that. And the city operational budget by 801,000 will be reduced as per the initiatives identified in the report. And will also increase revenue by 170,000. And that's part of the 2021 budget then. Councillor Parslow, second. Councillor Earl, discussion. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. How did we do?
Very well, Your Worship. We're under recommendation 2. This goes to what Councillor Parslow had asked just earlier before going to this. The 2.793 million, what is council's wish? There are 2 options, A and B, that could be considered. I think the discussion earlier was that B is where we were focused at this point.
So 50% of the fund will be used to offset the revenue shortfall we experienced in 2020, and we'll keep the remaining 1.4 million approximately in the new COVID-19 relief reserve to be used for any budget offsets should we have COVID-19 revenue shortfalls in 2021. And I really believe that, we already can certainly anticipate that gaming revenue from the casino will be impacted and potentially our user fees. So I think it's really prudent for us to budget, to have that reserve there available for that. So, Councillor Earl?
And I know Flavia mentioned it has to do with the fees, but you built the budget based on the assumption that the pool fees would be returning to 100% next year, January 1st.
Yeah, that was the assumption.
Is that already, is that already confirmed, or is that something we need to give you direction on as well?
No, it was just the way that was built up. No confirmation yet.
We always have the opportunity through the course of the year. We do our amended budget at some point if we need to allocate and change some of those revenue projections and things. So I need a motion then that we council adopt and approve option B, recommendation B. Councillor Earl, seconded. Councillor Dover, Councillor Wilbur, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm tired. My mind and my brain hurt. So I think we've got a ton of detail for you guys now to begin to move forward. And Flavia, do you want us to spend another hour or so with quality time with you?
She would love that.
Do you need anything else from us today in terms of some additional direction at all in any aspect of it?
I think based on these decisions now, I can build up the draft to 2 and then bring the revised numbers.
Perfect, thank you. Really great job on this. We talk about how aspirationally to be able to be in a position where we could be in January, February, where we have a budget that we're really confident that we can move forward with. And honestly, I think all of this gives us the opportunity to be able to feel that we can move forward and with that and begin to build a budget that we can engage the community and begin to get the feedback and all of that. So thank you. Good job. Blair?
Your Worship, if I could just say, I would like to first, I want to thank Flavia and her team, for doing this, but I want to thank all of my senior management team here. It takes a great deal of time and effort from each of them, as well as the people below them, to pull this budget together. It's a little different format this year. You'll note that Traditionally, in years past, we've received the 2 binders, a capital and operations. I think this is a little more workable format. I think it lays it out and in a package that you can throw and carry in your briefcase, carry with you, unlike the previous large documents. There is some more detail if anybody needs to go deeper than what is presented here in each line item, but again, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to everybody within our team who brought this together, because it takes, as I said, a great deal of time and effort to do it, and it's on behalf of the people of our city, so thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you to council as well. To get to where we got to today, I agree, very significant amount of effort and work put into this.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Dover. I want to begin by thanking Councillor Dover today.
He's not coming back next week. Yeah.
We want to make sure that he does come back. Thanks to the senior staff and to Blair and to everybody, really, really good work. I know how tough stuff that you do, and puts us in a position to always got message about strong financial future for our community and build infrastructure and build a community that we can count on for the next 30 or 40 or 50 years. So with that, is there any other business in open? Madam Officer? Got it all? So a motion to adjourn our open. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Dober. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we go back into closed for strat planning. Are you guys up for it?